रिक्वायरमेंट थी एक अच्छी डिसेंट स्क्रीन की, जिसपे मैं अपना सारा काम कर सकूं और अपने ज़िंदगी की जमा पूंजी भी इस पे ना लगा दूं। लेकिन जब मैंने इंटरनेट पे प्राइसेस देखना शुरू की तो मैं रोने वाली हालत थी मेरी बेसिकली। अब इस डिप्रेशन से गुजरने के बाद मैंने फेसबुक पे पोस्ट डाली, अपने दोस्तों यारों से पूछा जाए। सरप्राइजिंगली मुझे इस पोस्ट पे एक नाम जो है ना वो मल्टीपल टाइम्स नज़र आया और वो नाम था ज़ा कंप्यूटर्स। अब जब मैं उनकी वेबसाइट पर गया तो मैंने ये चीज़ नोट की, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जिस तरह प्राइसेस जो है ना वो इतनी कम है कि शायद ही कोई 2 नंबर माल ना हो। मैंने यही चेक कराने के लिए अपने दोस्तों को 2-3 इनको मैसेज किया जो ऑलरेडी उनसे ख़रीद चुके थे, और उन्होंने मुझे कहा भाई हाँ 100% ओरिजिनल चीज़ है। तो अल्लाह का नाम लेके मैंने उनको मैसेज किया और उनका रिस्पांस इतना पॉजिटिव था यार, मतलब मुझे इतनी खुशी हुई वो रिस्पांस देख के। मैंने उनको ये कहा भाई मैं आपके साथ कोलैबोरेट करना चाहता हूँ, सिंपल सी बात है, ठीक है, क्योंकि मुझे आपकी चीज़ इतनी पसंद आई है। इस प्राइसेस में अगर ये चीज़ एक्चुअल इतनी अच्छी हुई ना तो आई एम सोल्ड। मैं इनसे पिछले 2 साल में 2 अल्ट्रा वाइड मॉनिटर्स ले चुका हूँ और ऑनेस्टली इनकी प्राइसेस अनबीटेबल हैं। प्लस द फैक्ट कि ज़ा कंप्यूटर्स पर मॉनिटर की प्राइसेस 7500 रुपीज़ से 500,000 तक हैं, तो यहाँ पर
To make this all possible for me, my friends at Zah Computers hooked me up with all kinds of monitors. Ultra high-res 4K monitors, gaming monitors, ultra-wide monitors, you name it, they sent it over. So once you're done watching this video, click on the link in the description, hook yourself up with a brand new monitor. These guys provide great service and are super professional. I myself purchased 2 monitors. The one behind me is an ultra-wide 38-inch monitor that I got for myself. It's pretty color accurate. I do most of my work on it. There's another 4K that I bought and I'm very happy with the service. So go check them out.
अब मुझे एक रिक्वायरमेंट थी एक अच्छी डिसेंट स्क्रीन की, जिसपे मैं अपना सारा काम कर सकूं और अपने ज़िंदगी की जमा पूंजी भी इस पे ना लगा दूं। लेकिन जब मैंने इंटरनेट पे प्राइसेस देखना शुरू की तो मैं रोने वाली हालत थी मेरी बेसिकली। अब इस डिप्रेशन से गुजरने के बाद मैंने फेसबुक पे पोस्ट डाली, अपने दोस्तों यारों से पूछा जाए। सरप्राइजिंगली मुझे इस पोस्ट पे एक नाम जो है ना वो मल्टीपल टाइम्स नज़र आया और वो नाम था ज़ा कंप्यूटर्स। अब जब मैं उनकी first match of IGEN
qualifiers 2019.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the IGEN Revival Series powered by This is powered by Zah Computers. This is going to be the first IGEN tournament in 3 years. IGEN is making a comeback with a bang in Valorant. The prize pool, of course, is going to be 100,000, and of course, we have to thank our partners for that: RB Tech and Games, Coin Mooner, and Game Point. Joining me today is, of course, Frisbee. How are you feeling today, Frisbee?
I am feeling very excited, especially because this is the tournament that will mark the hotly anticipated comeback of IGEN after a hiatus of 3 long years. But I think it is also the tournament that marks the revival of high-stake Valorant competition in Pakistan. I remember how this tournament was started. There were, I think, barely 50 to 60 teams, but then eventually we have now more than 100 teams competing for a prize pool of 100k PKR. This is high octane. This is action-packed, and I think it's going to be a great and insane tournament to watch, and this is definitely going to be revival of competitive Valorant in Pakistan.
Yeah, we're gonna take a real quick look at the bracket of the quarterfinals, and the first two matches that we're going to be announcing today is, of course, going to be the first one between Mystic and BHAA, and later down the line we're gonna head towards VRN and Chalo Sahi. Now, Mystic is one of the teams that were invited into the tournament alongside Envious, so both of these teams we have some relatively high expectations of, and maybe a little bit of VRN as well. Because, well, VRN, they have some very experienced teammates, but other than that, is there any particular team that you're looking forward to watching, Frisbee?
I am definitely excited about watching VRN today, but I think also Mystic. There are a lot of notable players in Team Mystic as well, and it will be exciting to see how they are going to compete against Team BHAA. They did not have a really good lead in their qualifiers. They lost against the likes of Perfectionists, but then they beat Team Envious and made their way to the playoffs. So I think that is pretty incredible. It will be interesting to see how they beat the players, the likes that are in Team Mystic. I think they will also have sort of an advantage because Mystic have played a lot of tournaments in the Pakistani Valorant scene, so they do have an idea of their strategies, their gameplays, and how every single player, their agents and everything. Whereas Team BHAA, nobody knows them, which is, I think, also kind of an advantage. They could use it to just gain an edge over their enemies.
Yeah, definitely. They basically have no information out that people can learn from. And the first matchup, it's actually going to be, of course, between Team Mystic and BHAA that we're already speaking of. Shortly, we're gonna have our vetoes to work with. But speaking a bit more about Mystic, of course, their lineup consists of players like Flicka, KAG, Protagonist, Demon, Gothchild. As you said, all of them very experienced players in local tournaments. They've played at the top of the leaderboard as well from time to time.
Yes, and especially I think all of the players in Team Mystic, for as long as I know, they're all pretty good at playing duelists. So it will be interesting to see that who is going to back off and just be like, okay, fine, I'll play initiator, because Team Mystic is packed with gunpowder. They're all duelists. They're all aggressive. I've seen Feka play a lot. I've seen KSG and Protagonist. They have experience in other FPS games as well, which will really benefit them in the firepower department. But I think they will need to bring their top A utility game as well. So it will be interesting to see that who is going to back off today and just stick with controllers and initiators.
Yeah, it's going to be a relatively difficult matchup for Team BHAA because they did come through with a third place qualification from the second qualifier. So of course they aren't exactly on the top of the game even in their own qualifier. So it's going to be a tall task for them to technically beat Team Mystic. But of course we're here for upsets if they happen, and we're looking forward to them. There can always be one dark horse team that can sweep away the whole bracket in just a blink of an eye, because, well, technically nobody's expecting them to. But still, from the little amount of data that we do have about the team, they were almost going flawless. They were almost going flawless in the qualifier 2 until the semi-finals, where they ended up losing, I believe, 2-0 against Team Perfectionists.
Yes.
And later down the line, they secured the third place to clinch the qualification.
Yes, I think we should not completely write off Team BHAA. They definitely have a lot of potential if they have beaten so many notable names throughout the qualifiers. So I think we should give them some credit because, again, there have not been a lot of tournaments happening in Pakistan. So it should be a fair competition. They have both been practicing in ranked games recently. So I think today we are going to see a bit of fast-paced ranked type, maybe even cringe strategies. So it will be interesting to see if Team Mystic is going to put real thought into just more utility reliant gameplay, or they're just going to bring their A game aim into the server.
Yeah, and well, speaking about how the game is going to go out, we're going to quickly look at the vetoes of of this first series for the night. The first map is going to be Ascent. That has been banned out by Team BHAA. Quite a surprising ban for me personally, because honestly, Ascent and Haven are those two maps that we generally see being picked in, and there you go. Haven is the first map in. Fracture follows up again. It's a relatively surprising pick, but if a team is comfortable with it, I'm not going to complain, because see, the thing is, most of the teams, they do opt to go for the maps like Ascent, Haven, and even Bind was in that sort of a rotation, because they were just sort of the comfortable picks that everybody knew how to play. So it's a bit surprising for me that Ascent was actually the first ban, but it did come from Team Mystic. So like, you're putting Team BHAA on the uncomfortable position. I think it works out. The map vetoes, nothing really standing out, of course. It's looking pretty exciting. We don't have the basic map set. We have Fracture in, we have Icebox as the decider. We're just gonna have to wait and find out how both of these maps play. All three of these maps play out.
Yeah, definitely, you're right. Ascent is a pretty surprising ban coming in from Team Mystic, because usually an Ascendant, Ascent, you don't really have to do any crazy plays. It's just a standard typical FPS layout, so you can just go and smoke this side and hit the another side. But yeah, I can understand why they would ban a map like Ascent. They want to put Team BHAA in an uncomfortable position, where they just can't completely rely on the aim. They will need the team coordination if they want to come out on top on Haven. I think anyone who has played solo ranked will agree with me that Haven is
Oh.
not a cake walk in the park. It's a very difficult map to play if you don't have good team coordination. So to come out on top on Haven, BHAA will really need to communicate and bring their A utility game onto the server.
Oh yeah, I think on Haven it's very easy to take out the mistakes of the defenders, especially if you are able to find the first blood as the attackers and just play out well coordinated afterwards. And if you manage to just find a gap in the map, because there are just too many places, too many prime positions on the map that you need to hold on Haven as defenders. Of course, there's Garage and those 3 sites, so you only have 5 players to deal with all of that position. And of course, there's some utility to work with as well when you have Cypher and KJ or Sentinels. That does help out, but still, it's not going to make things a lot more easier for yourself. So the defenders, they're going to be in sort of the hot seat. It's going to be up to them that how they play. Afterwards, it's just going to be about how both of these teams really stack up, what their arsenal is going to look like in terms of agents that they select. So it's going to be an exciting one to kick things off. I believe we're going to be heading into the game shortly, but of course, we have to thank Zah Computers, the partners, for this event. And we just got confirmation. We'll be live in the game with 2 to 3 minutes. The teams are just readying up in a while.
Yeah, but I think I'd like to talk about the second pick as well. One thing that both of the maps have in common is how difficult these maps are on the defender side. I think I read one of the interviews by the Valorant developers that the key to winning Fracture is to be aggressive as defenders. So I think whoever picks defense first on both of these maps is going to have a really difficult time, because obviously 3 map design is not something that I'm personally a fan of, and I'm sure that a lot of players are not, because it's really difficult to tackle as defenders. But on Fracture as well, because of the choke points, because of the size of the map, it's really difficult to just quickly rotate from one side to another. So I think the smart move here for both of the teams is to try to get first side as attack, bag as many maps as you can, and then just chill out on the side of the defenders and let the other team do their thing.
Okay, we're gonna head on to the agent selection. Okay, we're already locking in Protagonist. He's going to be the one that goes out with the SOA, and he did play the initiator role when he was in Arrow, so nothing too surprising. And it's Demon actually that's playing controller. I'm not sure how this one exactly plays out for them, but he did used to be very good at duelists when we saw lost them. On the other hand, though, nothing really that stands out quite a lot, except the Phoenix pick, maybe. We usually tend to see a Breach and Jet duo stack on Haven, but they are starting on defense, so I guess it sort of works out. They're maybe trying to clinch in some early rounds with a Phoenix pick. It tends to work relatively better on defense, but other than that, it seems pretty standard across the board so far. KG, I'm pretty certain he will go with the Breach lock.
Yeah, and it's. I think I was having a conversation with Flicker earlier. I don't think Gothchild is playing today. It's going to be Stereo Heart, who is going to be on Duelist. I personally have never seen Stereo Heart play, so I was expecting Flicker on Duelist, but it's going to be Stereo Heart, so it'll be interesting to see that what type of jet strategies they're going to bring on the table. Again, it could put Team BHAA at a disadvantage because they were probably expecting the same old jet plays or Duelist plays from Team Mystic. But I think it's going to be a fair game. We are seeing some new names on both of the teams, so it should be a fair competition. We can't write the Team BHAA completely out of this game. They both have an equal hand and equal chance at winning this first match of the quarterfinals.
Well, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. If you did have to predict, though, of course, we can't totally write Team BHAA off the charts yet. But if you did have to pick, who would you go with this series, and what's the map count you're imagining?
I don't want to be biased, but I think the sensible and logical things to not like get embarrassed after the match. I think I'm gonna say Team Mystic. I would say that we should not write off Team BHAA definitely, but I think experience really helps you in the server. At this level of play. So Team Mystic has tons of experience under their belt, and that is exactly what is going to help them. But I think now we're going to dive right into the game and find out that who is going to come out on the top between this best of 3 between Team Mystic and Team BHAA. First map, Haven. I am really excited about it. Right now, I think they're going for a hard push towards the A side. Stereo Heart on that jet, just walking, not making any noise. I think we are going to expect a little bit of dash coming in and a massive crunch because they're just waiting for the enemy team to make a move, use their utility so that they can plan their next move. Complete quiet in the server. B side is empty, but Breach is just lurking over there, and they have a little bit of information. We'll try to cash out on that, but will fail to deal any damage. But now they know that there is one player towards A side, still weighing their options.
Ooh. Rick Gamer, he's going to spot Stereo Heart out and behind the flash. They dash in. Stereo Heart goes in first. The team follows up as all 5 of them are stacked outside. Stereo Heart finds the first blood. The site is completely taken over. Now it's going to be a probable 5v4 retake as the spike starts to go down. Make it a 5-on-3 as the enemy Sova gets dropped by protagonist as well. Now this is already not looking too great for Mystic. BHAA off to a good start so far. And the breach tag down. Stereo Heart gets one more to his name. Protagonist follows up, and well, that leaves only the Omen that's hero to be.
Yeah, he will be able to get one kill, but not more than that. And another one, it's a 1v2 situation, not completely impossible. He can definitely turn things around from here. Will teleport right into the map. Oh, I don't know what he was thinking right there.
Well, I think the team names are switched at the top, so I believe Team Mystic is actually the one that's playing on attack right now. We'll get that sorted out really quickly, but whoever it was on attack, of course, they seemed very certain, and I like that. All 5 of them just stacked over towards the A side once they had a decent amount of information, and once they thought they were ready to completely head into the site with their utility lined up. They went in, they took over the site very comfortably, found the first pick, and after that it seemed like just a piece of cake. Of course, it did seem a bit shaky over towards the end, but they made it work.
Man, these jet dashes from Stereo Heart are insane. They're incredible. He has already broken into the side, gotten 1 kill against Hackerman, and they have complete side control. Will deal a little bit of damage, but he will get that kill against Hero 2B, and the third one as well. He is looking for an ace, I believe. It's a 5v2 situation, and Breach will go down. Killjoy. Stereo Heart is still hunting for the last player. It's again Breach against the 5 players of Team Mystic. Second round on the board for Team Mystic. They're looking incredible on their attack.
So far, so good. But Team BHAA, this is going to be their chance to respond as they get rifles in their hands. So we're going to have to wait and find out how this one plays out. But as you said, Team Mystic, so far they're looking very comfortable. And as we were talking earlier on, they do have quite a lot of experience to work with. So it's only understandable that they're playing this confidently. Team BHAA, if they want to deal any damage whatsoever to Team Mystic, and especially on Haven, which is Team Mystic's map pick, they're going to have to start off hot. They're going to have to deny any momentum whatsoever to Team Mystic.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the key to winning this game for Team Mystic is to show that confidence, and they're doing exactly that. They are trying to get some more information this time, just putting jet dashes aside, and Stereo is already on his blades. Once again, dashing into the side, getting a lot of information. They have complete side control. Will get first kill against Hackerman. He's a bit dazed, but he should be able to get the plant for his teammates.
Spike planted.
It's a 4v5 and Stereoheart still has his blades on. It can be pretty dangerous for defenders to set foot into the side, but they will take down their key player. It's completely doable for Team BHAA right now, but Wicked rises up to the occasion, takes Breach down. In a 3v3 situation, a fake tap will come into the play.
They have been smoked out. Team Mystic, they're gonna have to move in as the spike starts to get diffused, and he might just have done it. Never mind, the KJ gets the deny. The spike has been half diffused, but the cleanup crew is present for Team Mystic as they secure their third and deny Team BHAA their first round, even on a bonus. Team Mystic continues to grow their lead, but we're still at the start of the map. BHAA, sure, their economy is gone in the bin to kick things off, but too soon to call anything whatsoever. But Team Mystic, you're definitely happy, and they definitely seem confident as well. As you said, Stereoheart, he didn't waste a single second, excuse me, while heading in with the Blade Storm, dashed straight and found the first kill onto the KJ, and after that, the side takes are just extremely smooth from Mystic.
Definitely, and I think they are planning to keep hitting them on their weak spot, which seems to be C side. Once again, walking towards the C is Stereoheart, but Hero 2B will take down Protagonist. Jet once again has side control, will try to take down one player, but will not be able to do so. Gets a kill against Hero 2B, gets his team plant as well, but no,
Hackerman
is right there. Holding a very cheeky angle with that Sheriff. Stereoheart is struggling a little bit with that Phantom, but will be able to get one kill. 2 kill, but he is burning right into that Molotov, will deal a lot of damage, but Shorty will come into the play. What a wrap coming in from Stereoheart, incredible.
Yeah. 4 kills for Stereoheart. He's got to be feeling himself at this point, and it's going to be hard to shut him down. That he was up for his ace as well. Sadly, that gets stolen, but it was understandable. You wouldn't want to risk losing a round. Of course, a 13-0 scoreline looks far more cleaner than just simply one ace. He's gonna get more chances for that. But Team Mystic, so far so good. If they keep this up, we might as well see a 13-0 scoreline, but I'm not too sure how that's gonna play out. Hackerman, he did put up some 2 great kills. Sadly, he didn't just have any help whatsoever to follow up behind him. And after that, Team Mystic, so clean so far. This time around, they're starting to default a little bit. Quite unorthodox for them, especially in this match up so far. They have been pretty certain about where they want to go, and they've headed in without wasting any time whatsoever. This time around, they're taking things slow. They're gonna maybe potentially try to find a gap and work behind it. Protagonist out in the open with an Owl Drone. That's quite a lot of confidence, and I'm loving it. And
Yeah,
again,
he's just standing right in the middle of B side, standing his drone inside, but he has cleared a lot of area. They have side control right now. Killjoy's turret will go down. It's a really small side and very difficult to work with, but Killjoy will be able to get that plant. Very cheeky, very risky with that breach utility coming into the play. They will run out of the side. Stereoheart just wrapping from A side, and he will fail to get that transfer that into a kill.
That could be the thing that turns the tides for this round, especially with the defender KJ also to further help them out. But the players line up. Sadly, though, the KJ couldn't deliver. Protagonist now in a 1v2. The spike is going down, and there is just nothing he can do whatsoever as the spike gets diffused. Hackerman diffuses the spike, gets a couple of kills as well to his name to deliver BHAA their first.
Yes, that will be the first win for Team BHAA on the scoreboard. I think it's still pretty good. Like I said, that it's really difficult to bag rounds on defense. They still have time, even if they bag five more or 4 more rounds on defenders. It could be a pretty fair game. But this is incredible for their confidence. It's exactly what they needed to boost their morale, and they're back into the game just like that. Team Mystic will have to do something new. I think they should stick to whatever they were doing in the initial few rounds. They were just rushing in, not overcooking everything too much, not pausing too much. And when they did that, it did not work out for them. This time, they're once again just testing waters towards A side. Jet weighing in whether to push in or not. Killjoy towards mid on the back of that turret, just gathering any sort of information that he can get.
Yeah, I'm not
Omen
sure if
has
they
the
spotted
spike.
anyone out. Excuse me. I'm not sure if they spotted anyone out over towards garage, but they start to stack up over towards the A side once again. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Once again, they seem like they're going back to their old ways, taking just a little bit of time and then heading straight in for the site as Owltron leads the charge. With the Soal from the other side is going to deal a bit of damage. That is protagonist that delivers 2 kills, and that's going to be absolutely massive.
Spike
Team BHAA, they do
planted.
have 2 ultimates to work with, but I'm not sure how helpful that is going to be, especially when Mystic have their Breach ult online as well. So BHAA, they're relying a lot on Wicked Gamer to deliver something behind his ultimate,
no.
otherwise it should probably just be a save. Why is he walking into that? I'm not sure, but Zero Heart, he gets 1, delivers with 1 more as he gets the timing absolutely perfect,
Oh
and he
my
gets the final
God.
one as well. Can we look at the scoreboard? I want to see how many kills this guy already has.
He had his ultimate ready in the 3rd round of the game. That is incredible. I don't know who this stereo hard guy is, but I think bringing him up at the last moment was a great idea for Team Mystic. Great utility coming into the play as well from Team Mystic. Very well timed ult from Sova, and then Stereotype really capitalized on that side take and turned that into multiple kills on A side. Incredible. Now they're once again going to hit on A side. It has worked out for them. Just a little bit, walking slowly towards A, gathering some information, and then, turning it into a big fat crunch. That is what seems to be the strategy of Team Mystic right now. But Wicked Gamer has read it, and he is holding a very cheeky angle with Shorty right now. This could be deadly, but he has information. Killjoy had a read, and Nanoswarm will come into the play, turning that into a kill. They have a lot of
Spike
information.
planted.
They know they're coming. A spike will come into the plant as well.
Well, once again, the same setup, the same storyline for this round as well. Team BHAA on the back foot yet again, and it doesn't seem like they have much of a game plan to, especially in this one, because they don't have the arsenal to work with. They don't have the good weaponry in their hand, so they're just gonna have to try and find some exit frags. But once again, it's Stereo Heart that delivers with 2 more. Protagonist gets the trade onto him as well, and KJ finishes things off. Mystic up 6-1, and it doesn't seem like they're gonna stop anytime soon, especially Stereo Heart. Okay, Team BHAA, a timeout, I think a bit late, but better late than never. They need to change things up because nothing seems to be going their way so far.
I think more than changing the strategy, they need to take a breather because, the pace is too fast. Attackers are just not caring about anything. They're just pushing in. They're not giving them time to rethink and figure out what exactly is happening. So they do need to just, take a breath and think, okay, what are we going to do this time? So right now, it seems that no side is safe. Even C side was easy to break. A side was easy to break. So what exactly is they can do here? What would you do if you were in a ranked game right now, Inflict?
I mean, well, if I were in a ranked game, I'd probably just be Stereo Heart killing everybody. That is a complete. That is a complete.
I
lie.
like the
have been being
confidence.
yeah, that's a complete lie. Otherwise, I would be ranking up and not hard stuck in Diamond 1. But the thing is, Team Mystic, they've just been extremely good at isolating those initial fights. Whenever they're heading into the sites, they have been able to find the 1 or 2 players that were in the site. They didn't let them retreat back and play a 5v5 post plan. That just has put Team BHAA by default on a difficult situation in the post plan scenario. So Team BHAA, if they can figure out how to get themselves in a post plan 5v5 scenario, maybe that works out for them, or maybe they just play for fast rotations and gamble on that and hope that Team Mystic aren't just selling them a fake. But with how confident Team Mystic is playing, I don't think they need to sell a fake so far.
Well, I hope Team BHAA is listening to you. But right now, we are seeing Phoenix playing aggressive. A flash coming into the play will get 1 kill, but will be traded off quickly by Stereo Heart. They are making a move towards B side, it seems, on the back of a Sova's dart. They have some information. On top of the crate, Stereo Heart has a complete side control. Protagonist is weighing his option towards mid, and it will cost him a lot. Hero to be is right there, takes 2 kills. Killjoy trades him off, but it's a 3v2 situation. Team BHAA can still do a lot. Killjoy is all alone against 2 players. If there's any round that they can win at this point, it has to be this one.
Yeah, but the KG does have the ultimate online. Of course, Team BHAA, they have their so ultimate to deny that as well. So, but the timing, it could be absolutely
it could be
perfect.
huge.
Hacker man, he has no idea. Just look. Okay, 1 player spotted. That's cleared out. It should allow the KG to go down for the plant. Now 1v1, it's all going to be about the timing. And he spotted it out. 60 HP to work with. the recon dart, and he
Oh
gets the
my
kill.
God.
It's 4 for KJ. And he delivers in a 1 versus 3. Stereoheart, if he can't clutch up a round, they have the rest of the players to do so. 7-1, Team Mystic currently denying every single round that they can to Team BHAA. And
I had
it's-
a lot of
it's-
anxiety about the 5 bullets, honestly. Like, he only had 5 bullets, and I was like, this guy is gonna spray down with those 5 bullets. That is why you need to hit the range, guys.
Yeah, probably something I should apply before I play my ranked games.
But yeah, they have a lot of utility to work with right now. It should be pretty comfortable and easy for Mystic to win this round. But Stereoheart once again showing a lot of aggression, just B hopping towards B side with a knife. He once again has the top control on B. A lot of information to work with as well. Bomb will go down as well. Breach is holding a cheeky angle, gets one kill against Sova, and look at that aim. Second kill and third kill coming in from Killjoy. The defenders, they don't know what to do, and this is a flawless round for Team Mystic. 8s on the board. What are they even doing?
Honestly, sure, that was an ego round for Team BHAA. But
Oh, you got the
Team Mystic-
scoreboard?
Oh, well, we missed it, sadly. We'll check it later down the line, but it's going to be, we know, I mean, at this point, it's going to be above 20 kills, right? With how, okay, he's 16, but the KJ, 13 kills and 1 death
31.
only. So basically, all Team Mystic has to do to win rounds is just make sure that their KJ doesn't die, and they'll win. It's just a default setting at this point, it seems like, but we're still only 8-1 into the game. Quite a long ride to go. Oh, Stereoheart! He misses the dash and ends up paying for it with his life. Now a 4v5 in the post plant. 3 ultimates to work with for either side, so it could go either way. Team BHAA, this is going to be their prime round to take. The Demon's Blood sadly couldn't connect with his ultimate until the final one, but it's not going to be enough to take Demons out of the game, at least for the time being. But the Breach ult gets countered by Team Mystic themselves as well. All the 3 players, at least a couple of them, have been spotted actually by Team Mystic, so this should be good. Protagonist though in a cheeky angle. Won't be able to do anything whatsoever in Team BHAA. It seems like they're going to finally convert, but they have to deal with the breach again. The defuse is coming in. He just doesn't have enough time to work with, and Team BHAA find their second.
I mean, Team Mystic has, like I was saying earlier, that Bs are really a difficult side to tackle. They had the side control, but they were pushed out of the side. They were all outside once the spike went down. We see Hacker Man here getting a kill against Protagonist. So yeah, they had just left the side once the bomb was down, which was not the smartest thing to do. But I don't blame them. B side is pretty difficult. You are open from both the angles. That was second round on the scoreboard for Team BHAA. They're still in the game, and this time the operator is towards the window. Stereoheart, once again, he's not giving up on B side. He's once again making his move towards the B side like he always does. Once again gets the control. Will they be able to get this spike down this time? It seems like they will. Holding a very crucial angle over here. But Beach will clear out that angle, pushing Stereoheart out of the side. They're once again pushed out. B side is open to take for defenders. They have a lot of information to work with, and defenders Killjoy has also came into the play.
Team Mystic is playing this rather safe right now. KJ locked down from the other end is going to make things a lot more difficult for them, but it's now a 2 versus 4. Demons from the back lines is making the life of BHAA absolutely miserable, but Soa, he deals with him. The KJ Swarm, though, takes Hackerman out, leaving Soa in a 1 versus 3, and it doesn't have any HP to work with, so this is going to be a rather clean one yet again from Team Mystic. Team BHAA, they do seem to get a couple of rounds. They get close in some of the situations as well, but they just can't seem to get their timings right and win their duels out. And it's just costing them rounds at this point, honestly.
The only hope that's left for Team BHAA at this point is the 9-3 curse. If they want to win this game, they need to win this round to bring the scoreline to 9-3. Because I don't know, there's just something about the double figure. Like if the switch is like on 10, the enemy team has 10 rounds, it just does something with my mental. I don't know about you. Like I need it to be 9. Stereoheart once again has his ultimate on, just pushing into the B side as well. What is it with Stereoheart and B side? It's definitely a love story. He is incredible at taking control, but this time Wicked Gamer is right there. And he will get that kill. Only game helping him take demons down. They will be traded off with Breach, but Hackerman is right there to avenge his teammates. They don't have B-side control anymore. Instead, defenders have the spike, and there is not much that they can do right now. It's 2 versus 4. Killjoy just holding outside. Will try to get that spike back, but it's not going to be easy. Ooh.
Good arrow, good shock dart from Protagonist to take only game out of the equation. Now a 2 versus 3, very much winnable for Team Mystic at this point, especially with lockdown available. And he gets invested. Protagonist doesn't get the timing right, but he still managed to get the kill. Hackerman just didn't see him whatsoever. So now we're all tied up 2-2, and again the timing just goes the way of Protagonist, leaving him hero to be all on his own up against 2. And what makes things worse is that Protagonist has his ultimate to work with as well, so he can just play this all the way back with his ultimate, waste as much time as possible, while Flicker plays up close and just denies the kills. But he doesn't even need to do that. It's Flicker that delivers. It's Protagonist that gets 4 in this round. And from time to time, it's just been individuals for Team Mystic that have been showing up. Initially, it was Terrorheart that was winning them rounds. When need be, it was Flicker as the KJ who clutched up rounds for Team Mystic, and this time around, it was Protagonist that delivers.
Definitely, I think it's all aim for Team Mystic and confidence. They're just pushing into those sides, and they're looking really good with their aims. We just saw Protagonist pop those 3 heads, almost 1 taps. That is incredible. And I think we have a timeout right now, which I think Team BHAA could also use. It's really difficult to come back from this scoreline, but it's not impossible. We have seen more insane things happen in Valorant. And again, like I said, Heaven is comparatively easier on defense, but not as easy to come back from this scoreline. But still, they can try.
Sure, nothing's ever done until it's done. Really, we've seen bigger comebacks, honestly, especially the iconic 11-3 one that just recently happened in the VCT tournaments. So nothing's undone, but of course this is Mystic's map pick, of course. So even if BHAA lose it, they are going to have one more chance at heading into the semi-finals. But they're gonna have to go flawless. They're gonna have to win both of the next rounds. But still, Team Mystic, they're 3 rounds away from closing things out. This pistol round is going to be extremely crucial for both of these teams. Team BHAA, if they want to make a comeback in this map specifically, they need this pistol round. But if Team Mystic wins it, they are almost going to close things out here.
Definitely, pistol round is extremely crucial for Team BHAA so that they can balance out their economy and just double down on that, win the next round, and then the third one. Still, it's going to be a really difficult. It's not going to be easy, but I think just to come back on defense on this particular map, you need a really strong mental resilience. Just to tell yourself that it's okay, we can win this. I'm personally not a fan of 3-side maps. What do you think about Lotus, by the way, Jazib?
Lotus is. I'm honestly on the fence with it. It's a map that sometimes plays out good, but since I've never really seen it in competitive play quite a lot yet, so I'm still on the fence with it, with how it plays out. People are still sort of defining the meta for the map as well, especially with Gecko coming in, and so a lot of people thinking that it's sort of like an overpowered agent. It's still on the fence. Maybe it's going to be good, maybe it's bad. For the time being, though, it seems like it's a good one, honestly, with how fast the rotations can be, especially due to the converting doors, the rotating doors.
For sure.
So it's a fast-paced map, relatively. It's good. I think they needed a fast-paced map in the rotation, except Split as well. So I'm enjoying it, but still, since the meta is being figured out for it, it's still like I'm not really certain about it.
Yeah, I don't know about pro play, but I would personally prefer Lotus over Heaven. I mean, though both of these maps have 3 sides, but for some reason Lotus feels less defender sided as compared to Heaven. Like on Heaven, if you lose, if the enemy team has, I don't know, 10 rounds on the scoreboard and you have 2, it just feels impossible to come back from that. That's not the case on Lotus. But oh look, who's surprised? Am I surprised? Are you surprised?
Of course, yeah, very surprised. I couldn't have guessed. I definitely thought it was going to be someone else. But 2.13 KD, that should just
insane.
That should just speak for itself about how much of an impact this man is having on the map right now. And well, we're gonna have to wait and find out if he continues to deliver like this for Team Mystic as we head into the second half pistol round. Team all stacked over towards the C site, and the KJ holding down Garage for the time being, but it seems like they're not going to waste their time themselves, and Team Mystic, they're answering back with some aggression of their own from the A side, but it's KJ that doesn't get spotted out. It hasn't helped Demon available as well as both of them collectively
player
find
standing.
2. And it's already just down to 1 only game, tagged down quite a lot, and this should be a done deal as well. 11-2. This is not looking good.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it was a good try. Definitely, this is exactly how you should be pushing into the side when you're playing Heaven. But you also need a sharp shooter like their Jet, Team Mystic's Jet. But I don't think they have that at this point. They lost most of their aim battles, whereas Protagonist looked really good with his pistol, and it ended before it even began. And at this point, they're just circling the drain. It's 11-2 on the board. Really hard to say that they can come back from it. I also want to talk about the aggression towards Team Mystic. They are not scared of anything. 10 seconds into the round, and Stereotype was in the base of the attackers. They're once again gathering aggressive information.
Ooh, this time around he's going to get spotted out by the turret though. But still, he's comfortable. He's just pushing out wide. The spike is going to go down, but the aftershock gets a kill. Hackerman trades it out eventually on the other hand from the flank. But the Phoenix Molotov is going to deal quite a lot of damage onto 2 players of Team Mystic, making things a little bit more favorable for them. The fake defuse stamp coming in, but the Swarm grenade gets denied as Hackerman falls as well, but 2-on-2 trade. Breach follows up with one more kill of his own, leaving only game all on his own, and the defuse is already going down. The smoke is just too much to deal with for only game on his own. And Team Mystic on map point already at 12-2 scoreline. This is just simply purely domination.
This is a disaster for Team BHAA because, you know, I don't have really high hopes of the next map either, because this is definitely not a close scoreline. 12-2, it's not good. But, yeah, this was a good effort, definitely. The side take was incredible, but once again, they needed to have a stronger post plant. They needed to have a stronger utility to pause the diffuse.
Yeah, just those minor things that could have changed things quite a lot in their favor, but sadly didn't go their way. They probably all remembered at this point, but look at the confidence. They're just pushing out wildly. A 2-on-2 trade goes through over towards middle. The KJ is trying to push up a little bit. He may be able to get good timing onto the Sova, but he's just going to hold this one out. They want to win this. They want to finish things right here, and the flank from Stereo Heart might just be the dagger as the Sova falls. Only game in a world of misery as he's getting pushed by 2. Make it 3, and they're trying
Oh
to
my
knife him.
god.
Ooh, Demons though going to just spare only game his life from getting knifed there, and that leaves Hero to be all on his own up against 3. And at this point, this seems like a done and dusted job, unless Team Mystic go for a knife, which it seems like the KJ wants to go for.
And it's a wrap. It was a complete reset on this map. The attackers were in defense base and defenders were in attack base. And I think it all comes down to the confidence, the way they were pushing, the way Stereo Heart was pushing. Yeah, well, that was a quick game, Tazif. I just saw your face.
Yeah, I was ready to just go lay down like this, watch the match, but it didn't happen. It was just every single round was extremely fast. You know, we didn't really get a chance to even breathe as well. Team Mystic, they went in fast when they were on attack. They cleaned out sites extremely quickly, and even in the rounds that they played relatively slow. Sure, they did lose one of them, but it still just felt a bit too comfortable for them. And when they did move out on the defense, the momentum was just so much in their favor that they once again got aggressive, especially Stereotype. We talked about how he was pushing out within the first 10 seconds onto the CT spawn, and after that, the scoreline just speaks for itself, honestly.
I think Team Mystic had a lot of factors working in their favors. First of all, they are comparatively seasoned players as compared to Team BHAA, and they started on attack. Like I said, that if you start on attack, you have won half the game on Heaven. But before we dive into the next match, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back to maybe scoreboard. But let's take a break.
मुझे एक रिक्वायरमेंट थी एक अच्छी डिसेंट स्क्रीन की जिस पे मैं अपना सारा काम कर सकूं और अपने ज़िंदगी की जमा पूंजी भी इस पे ना लगा दूं। लेकिन जब मैंने इंटरनेट पे प्राइसेस देखना शुरू की तो मैं रोने वाली हालत थी मेरी बेसिकली। अब इस डिप्रेशन से गुजरने के बाद मैंने फेसबुक पे पोस्ट डाली, अपने दोस्तों यारों से पूछा जाए। सरप्राइजिंगली मुझे इस पोस्ट पे एक नाम जो है ना वो मल्टीपल टाइम्स नज़र आया और वो नाम था ज़ा कंप्यूटर्स। अब जब मैं उनकी वेबसाइट पर गया तो मैंने ये चीज़ नोट की, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि जिस तरह प्राइसेस जो है ना वो इतनी कम है कि शायद ही कोई 2 नंबर माल ना हो। मैंने यही चेक कराने के लिए अपने दोस्तों को 2-3 उनको मैसेज किया जो ऑलरेडी उनसे ख़रीद चुके थे और उन्होंने मुझे कहा भाई हाँ 100% ओरिजिनल चीज़ है। तो अल्लाह का नाम लेके मैंने उनको मैसेज किया और उनका रिस्पॉन्स इतना पॉजिटिव था यार, मतलब मुझे इतनी खुशी हुई वो रिस्पॉन्स देख के। मैंने उनको ये कहा भाई मैं आपके साथ कोलैबोरेट करना चाहता हूँ, सिंपल सी बात है, ठीक है, क्योंकि मुझे आपकी चीज़ इतनी पसंद आई है। इस प्राइसेस में अगर ये चीज़ एक्चुअल इतनी अच्छी हुई ना तो आई एम सोल्ड।
Welcome back to IGEN Revival Series, guys, powered by Zah Computers and partnered with Quine Mooner, RB Tech, and GamePoint. You just watched the first game out of the BO3 between Team Mystic and Team BHAA, with Team Mystic taking the lead on a scoreline of 13-2. That was a quick but fun game, Jazip. What do you say?
Oh yeah, it definitely was a quick and fun one, but we're gonna look at the scoreboard to see exactly how it sort of played out. Of course, it was a total domination from Team Mystic. They won 13-2, but the highlights of the match, of course, it was Stereo with a 368 average combat score. That is not an easy feat, of course. But protagonist Flicka, both on 16 kills and 5 deaths. That's more than 3 KD to work with as well. So everyone from Team Mystic, when they needed to, they showed up, and it certainly shows on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, and I would like to talk about protagonist's utility usage. I was really impressed by how he was using every single time his dart to gather that first information on attack, and then that ultimate that came into the play that got them the side control on A sides. He got 2 kills with that ultimate. So definitely it was not all stereo. He had the firepower, he had the gunpower, but I think we really need to pay attention to how Team Mystic used their utility and how utility reliant they were. And I think that is exactly what won them the game. Like you said, everyone rose up to the occasion, everyone contributed. It's never a one-man show, and I think this is exactly why Team Mystic was the stronger team today, at least on the first map.
Yeah, and on the other hand, the players for Team BHAA, they were evidently struggling as well to deliver, especially Wicked. He was, of course, the sole duelist for their team, and he only had 3 kills across the whole map. So they played out 15 rounds, and having only 3 kills, and that just speaks a lot. But of course, that was Haven. That's done and dusted. It was Mystic's map pick, so it's understandable that they ended up winning that one. But we're gonna head into the second map, which is going to be Fractured. It's Team BHAA's pick, and we have the agent selection going up right now. So far, it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything out of the ordinary. Team Mystic, again, the confidence just simply shows right now. The locked in at the very beginning. Again, nothing out of the ordinary, pretty much the default setup that we've seen from teams so far, except maybe teams tend to pick the Fade sometimes over the KO, but still nothing too unorthodox here.
Yeah, but that KO pick is really going to help them because you do need that first information on both sides. Good replacement coming in the place of Sova. But Team BHAA's, I think, agent pick was also pretty interesting. But like I said, in Fracture, they will need to get that first information. The defenders, they will need to push forward and set the pace of the game, as opposed to how it usually happens. The attackers just push in and they set the pace of the game. But I think if they can just, control how the game goes, they will have a higher odds of winning this map.
Yeah, they're gonna have Team BHAA are gonna have to rely a lot on their breach, especially because we were talking about it earlier that map control matters a lot in Fracture, especially when you're on defense. So having only one initiator to work with that can link up with your duelist and gain map control and gain a lot of it is going to be definitely a struggle for them. So maybe that's a major factor that comes into the play because Team BHAA have gone ahead with a double Sentinels pick. But we're gonna have to wait and see how it plays out as we have the game all ready for us to head straight into, I believe. But of course, a Sage and a Cypher, a double Sentinel, it's quite unusual in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. But again, they are both really different, even though they are both Sentinels. I think what Sage can do for your team, no other agent in Valorant can currently do. So, considering how Team BHAA's aim looks today, they could use a Sage. I mean, yeah, they could use a Sage. So,
Okay.
yeah,
I
I
didn't
think-
know we were throwing shade at teams, but all right, I'm up for it.
But yeah, like you said, breach is really useful on this map. So I'm not surprised that both of the team are favoring a breach. Bit of a utility coming into the play, pressure towards the A side. Again, KO gathering that information. Jet has dashed into the side.
Ooh, a lot of damage dealt onto Demon already, forced back off, and it's Hackerman that delivers the first kill onto the Cypher of Team Mystic. And Team BHAA already looking good so far as the spike goes down. A 5-1-4 retake in an advantageous position. Protagonist up close alongside KG. He finds a couple of frags. Now it's a 3-on-4. Somehow the things have turned around for them, and they've turned very quickly, but still. One more player falls. Demon's alive at 22 HP. Still KG delivers as he continues to get some more frags, leaving only one alive, and Demons will be the one that finishes things off. Team Mystic, they struggled a little bit to kick things off. Their Cypher fell. They took a little bit of damage. Team BHAA, it seemed like they had a good post-round setup going in their favor, but Protagonist and KG, they just went in at the perfect timing, and the kills went their way afterwards. Nothing honestly too surprising with how much of a momentum shift, or how much of a momentum game they have in their favor right now, especially coming in from a 13-2 scoreline.
Definitely, and when you are coming in from a 13-2 score line, you really need that confident booster to win the first few rounds. So this is definitely a hit on their morale. This was a complete wipeout from Team Mystic. Once again, we are seeing a similar strategy, but this time a little bit of pressure towards A side.
Team BHAA this time around. All stacked over towards A. A little bit of damage once again dealt onto Protagonist, but he's not backing off. He has sort of baited out the door, and behind the flash he peeks out trying to find something, but won't get anything so far. And this should speak a lot about how just Team Mystic are feeling themselves right now. They are not afraid to take any fight whatsoever, regardless of how much damage they've already taken and what scenario they are being put, and they're just ready to take any fight whatsoever that Team BHAA presents them.
Yeah, and we're also seeing some pressure towards the drop. This could completely wrap the site, but Protagonist is holding a really aggressive angle. This is really crucial to just pause those attackers like I mentioned earlier. But there's no one on side. They should have side control, but Zero Heart is right there to get those kills. KHG helping his teammate to take the enemies down. Demons is also there. They have completely shut down their A side take. Brimstone is all alone with his spike on him.
Again, another extremely clean round, but oh, Demon's Blood manages to get two, but he doesn't have a lot of time to work with, so even though he's managed to find a couple of kills, the round still goes in the favor of Team Mystic. Sure, getting those couple of kills deals a bit of damage onto Team Mystic's economy, so I'm not sure if they'll go for a bonus or they're just gonna buy into this one, because of course they do feel pretty confident, and it's understandable that they hope for the Vandals, especially on the players that did lose their lives. So we're gonna have to wait and see that. But Team BHAA, this is going to be their prime chance of securing a round for themselves. Actually, never mind, they actually forced into this, excuse me. So they forced into the last one, so now their economy is actually in the bin. So Team Mystic, they should be able to go up 3-0.
Oh my god, and Stereo just dashing into the attacker's spawn, and he has also gotten one kill, but he will be traded off pretty quickly. And but the weapon will not go to waste. They still have the weapon. Both sides are completely locked down. It's a 4v4, and the attackers have a lot of time to just replan their strategy, because that was a slap in the face. A side is locked from the back. KO pushing his luck. Protagonist on just a Spectre. He will face off against Cypher right now, and Hard2Be is right there with the Sheriff. That was a crisp one tap, and he knows that A side should be empty, but KHG is waiting for him towards the drop. Smoke will come into the play, but Cypher also has his cage all set to take side control, and just like that, Team BHAA is inside A with only Demons to guard the side. He will be able to get one kill, but that is all. A very well-timed ult come into the play. That will pause all the attackers in their way.
The spike doesn't get denied exactly. A 2 versus 3 in post plant. Once again, favorable for Team BHAA. Wonders does get spotted out by Wicked as well, but he doesn't find the kill just yet. Has some help available to him, but it's KG that finds the first pick. The last two players have been spotted out as well, but KG gets the one. And he gets the third as well with the pistol. How do you mess that one up? Team BHAA knew exactly where the last two players were, but the timing just didn't go their way. There was a bit of miscommunication that was very much evident between Wicked and the breach of Team BHAA. They could have peeked out simultaneously and make the fight just absolutely impossible for Protagonist to take, but for the breach to take, but somehow KG managed to clutch that one up.
I think it was also a full buy, so their economy is also probably in the garbage right now.
I think they actually had Sheriffs. Okay, yeah, they do have Vandals to work with right now. So on an eco, they managed to get four guns away from Team Mystic. They're keeping Mystic's economy in check. So that's the one thing going positive for them. They did get the spike down, so have some extra economy that's built up. So they're gonna have a full buy to work behind it. Now it's just gonna be a matter of whether they're able to convert behind this or not. And the aftershock gonna force the Cypher to go back. He spotted the Jet heading into the site, and he's called for backup already. The spike going down. And it seems like Team BHAA, they don't have no idea that Cypher is there. He managed to get the one frag. The rest of the teammates, no one available to help their teammates out for Team BHAA, and all of them are just falling one by one like dominoes. 7 bullets in the magazine, but it doesn't even matter. Actually, it's Stereo Heart that gets the kill, but the confidence, I love it.
I think you could have taken that. This was a huge gameplay coming in from Cypher. The wealth of information that he had in the first few seconds, that was incredible. That is exactly what you need when you're playing on defense. You need that intel gatherer. You need that information in the first few rounds so you can lock down, call for those rotations. And that is exactly what happened, even though Cypher did not need a lot of help. Crisp kills coming in from Cypher. But I don't know what BHAA can do here. Aggression is not working for them, and slow strategies aren't working either. Stereo Heart, once again, playing on the back of KSG's utility, peeking aggressively, but this time Jet is in front of him with a blade, but he will take her down. KSG showing some more aggression on the back of flashes, on the back of a lot of utility. And this flash should be the end game for Team BHAA. But they are not flash, but Protagonist will still be able to convert that into a kill. Hackerman doubling down on that. KSG trading off his teammate, and it's once again Sova against 4 enemies. And he does not even have a lot of HP to work with. Oh,
well,
caught.
There's honestly not a lot to dissect from this round. It's just pretty plain and simple. At this point, it seems like Team BHAA, they are sort of scattered their communication. It's not on point whatsoever. They in the previous round, when they did have a buy to work with, we saw that the Sage was on the plant, but the rest of the teammates for Team BHAA, they had all just left side behind the smokes. They were forced to back off, and the spike was still going down. Team BHAA, they're extremely miscoordinated right now. So at this point, I think that they need to take a timeout, and somebody needs to just call that they need to calm down a little bit, not let the nerves get onto them, and just play this rather slow and patiently, because they are having a lot of communication issues evidently.
Yeah, but I think they've finally figured out that Stereo Heart always pushes aggressive. A utility will push him back, but they are not doubling down on it, just pausing, planning a little bit of a wrap towards A side, I believe. They're taking it slow, which is good. A side is technically empty, but when Stereo Heart is here, anything can happen, and first kill will come out. A lot of utility crowding at Stereo Type, but KSG will still be able to get a kill while he's stunned. It's a 3v2 situation, a complete slaughterhouse on A side.
One enemy remaining.
KG, 14 HP, but he still manages to get one more kill. The fault line going to force only game to stay back for a little while, and I love this. KG playing this rather patiently, waiting for the Cypher to come up close and have a rather easier fight, but they don't even have to tag team this one. Flicker drops down, gets the kill, and Team Mystic continue to go flawless on Team BHAA's map pick.
I honestly think that Team BHAA is really panicked right now, because this was not completely impossible. It was a 1v2 situation, and Sage had a big position advantage, had a lot of information to work with as well. But it all comes down to aim at the end of the day, and when you are panicked, it's natural to not aim really well, and that is exactly what happened. Whereas on the other hand, Team Mystic is getting kills left and right, even though when KSG was completely stunned, he got an easy headshot. So I think right now it's just a fight of aim between both the teams, and Mystic is looking really sharp in the aim department.
I mean, honestly, Team Mystic are looking sharp in pretty much every department so far, but it's more about exploiting the mistakes that BHAA are making at this point, because honestly, as you said, they seem panicked. They've lost their calm here a little bit, and that's mostly causing issues for them. Once again, it's just an easy isolated duel for Stereo Heart that gives them the first blood, and behind it, things are going to fall apart yet again. The Cypher ultimate neural theft is out. Ooh, Dean! Nice kill onto one more, spots out Hackerman as well, and goes out of the smoke. A one-on-one trade, but it's all down to only game. He's up against 4. The nade is going to put him in a world of misery. Yes, Stereo Heart brings his demise. 7-0 Team Mystic. At this point, I'm not even sure if they're trying their best, honestly.
I mean, a noteworthy thing here is that all the teams by Team Mystic have a tiny little assist face on the kills. Their utility reliant gameplay is incredible. They're all just teaming up with each other on the back of breaches, flashes, Cypher's smoke. I don't know whether it's Team BHAA making those mistakes, just stepping into Cypher's cage, or I don't know whether their utility is too good. But they're playing really coordinated, and this is exactly what you need on a map like Fracture. And like you said, it's missing from Team BHAA. They're probably not coordinating with each other, whether it's spanning or whatever. But there is clearly an absence of communication and coordination. Once again, they always know that Team Mystic pushes in towards A side, and they're not locking those pushes. There is a Cypher trap that will be destroyed, but this wrap should destroy Team BHAA right now. On back of a utility, they know that there are enemies behind them, but there's not much they can do about them. A utility will come into the play, but it will not deal a lot of damage. Breach's ult is also here, and all the enemies are stunned towards B side right now. Her2B will capitalize on that, but Protagonist, he's feeling himself. 2 kills down, but BHAA have avenged their teammates in a 2v1 situation. But no, Demons is right there to wrap up the round. 8th on the board for Team Mystic. There is not a lot that Team BHAA can do right now. Nothing is working out for them.
Yeah, they sort of neglected the flank, as you said earlier on, and just tried to went in behind the Brimstone ultimate, but that got countered by the Breach ult from Team Mystic, and finally a timeout being called. That was long overdue, I believe, for Team BHAA, but they're gonna have to shift things right here. 4 rounds to go in the first half. If they can't really answer back with anything at all to Team Mystic, it's not going to look pretty on the scoreboard because they're down 8-0. It could very well be another 10-2 with how things are going so far. And again, this is Team BHAA's map pick. They should be able to deliver something.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of coordination and communication. I'm also feeling that they're not feeling confidence in themselves, which is natural because when you're coming from a 13-2 loss, it's very difficult to bounce back into the game. They did need that first pistol round to gain back that morale, but like you said, 8-0, it's looking very difficult to bounce back into the game from this point on. But hopefully in this timeout they can pull out some insane strategy out of their book and come back into the game.
You can just see how most of these fights that Mystic are winning just seem isolated. Even though Team BHAA, they neglected the flank and decided to went all 5 straight into the B side, it just still felt like there was just no fights that 2 players were taking together for Team BHAA. All of them seem to be taking 1-on-1 deals or 1-on-2 deals, even that they were just constantly losing out on, of course. And once again, this time around, they do try to play together, but Protagonist and Zero Heart, they hold on. There seems to be nothing that Team BHAA can do, and it's all down to the Cypher. Ooh, the timing doesn't go Flicker's way, but at least Mystic have an idea about where their last player is, and it pretty much seems like a 9-0 as well.
Yeah, it seems like Mystic at this point is just hunting for kills. They're just adding kills to their scoreboard. Doesn't even seem like they're taking it all that seriously anymore. Just at the back of flashes, at the back of their utility. It feels like range right now. It's too easy. They're looking too comfortable.
A bit too comfortable indeed. Team BHAA, it should be them that look really comfortable, of course. It is their own map pick. So I can't really imagine the stress that Team BHAA are going through right now. Losing the first map 13-2, not having a great start, actually not having a start whatsoever for the still on their own map pick. And even after the timeout, it seems like Team Mystic, they have Team BHAA completely figured out.
Yeah, but they still keep hitting A side. They're once again coming towards A, actually holding their pushes, but there's 3 enemies coming into their bases on the back of a lot of utility. Raises blades, but he will only be able to get 1 kill with the Storm Blade. Her2B is right there to avenge his teammates, but he will be traded off pretty quickly. Spike will go down finally,
planted.
But it's a 9-0 score and a 3v4 situation. They don't have an advantage right now, but they have side control. Protagonist push again from the back, gets 1 kill, bringing the score to 4v2. They're hiding at a very predictable angle, and this Molotov should be the death of them.
Yeah, it's going to make things a lot more difficult for them, but Ackerman delivers 1. It does get traded out, but now Wicked Gamer up against 3, does get 2, but couldn't find the final one. It's yet again Flicker that puts the final dagger in for Team Mystic as they secure double digits on the scoreboard without conceding a single round so far on Team BHAA's map pick. At this point, it just seems like it's pretty much done and dusted. Team BHAA, what exactly do you think? Is there anything at all that they can change to maybe secure at least the final 2 rounds to have something on board heading into the second one?
I don't know. I honestly think that they entered with that mentality that I sometimes get into, that just play on aim, man. Just play on aim. Just leave the utility. Focus on your aim. And it almost never works out. Like on theory, it sounds really good that everyone is just playing their own game. Go pick that, go pick this. But at this level, I don't think it's working out for them. And on the first day of broadcast, I am seeing a 13-0. Oh, whoa! Stereo Heart, I think, was just having a little bit of fun with Cypher and gets taken down.
Well, the neural theft is going to give away all the information that Team BHAA could possibly need. And that much information to work with earlier on should put them in a good spot. So potentially a first round coming in behind this as Wicked Gamer finds one to his name as well. And he's going into the side. KG though, he takes Hackerman out, who did overextend for I'm not sure what reasons, but regardless of that, Protagonist, he does spot the head. Sadly, he doesn't shoot in time, but the Molotov's going to clear out the site for Mystic to enter into, but it's Demon's Blood that gets the first pick. The trade does come through, but still one life advantage for BHAA to work with. That gets equalized, but the trades are efficient, and Herod B finds the final two, and Team BHAA finally put the first on board.
Did you think I jinxed it?
Probably. The caster's curse is a
just
very real thing.
But I'm glad I did, because I want to see some competition here. I am rooting for Team BHAA. They're trying very hard. You can clearly see that even if they are playing on their aim, even if they are not playing together, they are trying to at least back some rounds and come back into the game. And I would like to see them try harder to win this and take it to the third map, even though it seems very unlikely, because 10-1, it's not easy. And I think Mystic will probably try to wrap this up right away this round. Stereo Heart once again going in for his signature move.
Yeah,
but this time he has a lot of utility to fight back against, and there is a cheeky angle held by Hackerman. It will come in handy, because 3 players have gone down on Team Mystic's side, and they have a lot of advantage in this round. They should be able to get at least this one round, and Only Game has taken another player down and another one with the operator.
The revive does not come through as well. So Mystic, they only have one player alive. That's going to be Flicker. He did clutch out a 1 versus 3 in the previous map, but we're gonna have to wait and find out if he can clutch a 1v5 for an ace to put the 11th on board. There's the second. The spike isn't over towards the B side, but he might be able to take Herod B out. Never mind, Herod B is going to just play this rather safe, tag up with his teammates, and make sure that they just put the second on board. Just don't let Mystic win if they secure the pistol round, because that would be absolutely horrendous.
Oh, camera.
Ooh, good placement.
Hackerman and the cheeky angles, man. This whole round, incredible. Even in the last game, I loved how he was holding those angles with Shorty, and I think that is exactly what's helping them right now to win match. Wait, oh, I thought I saw 2 Breach. It's Brimstone and Breach.
They do look alike, though. I did confuse them. I have confused them.
I was like, am I too tired?
Ooh. We've
Alright,
just
that's
started.
second on the board.
So we just started. The match. I'm not sure, man. Like 10.
I mean, I was looking forward to the third map,
Yeah.
man.
No, it's Icebox.
a-
Personally, I enjoy Icebox a lot, because my ranked wins, my win percentage on Icebox is absolutely through the roof. I think it's like 70-80%. So I
Okay.
personally enjoy
Good plug,
Icebox as well.
good plug.
Yes.
If anyone's looking for a pro player, we have Infic.
On
right there.
Icebox alone, yes. Other than that,
Oh.
no.
Icebox personally my favorite map as well, because I'm a Viper main, and a Viper is the star of Icebox. She can do anything on that map.
Well, not anything. She
Anything.
can't res.
If-
She can't res.
See, if you can flex, I can flex as well. If I am on Viper on Icebox, I can do anything.
How? Okay. I'm not gonna argue that one.
Don't ask me in numbers, okay, please.
But okay. I'm not gonna ask you anything, of course. But the MVP this time around is KAG with a 3 KD. The KDs have been just through the roof this time around for Team Mystic. Last at the end of the first map, we saw 2 players with a KD higher than 3 as well. This time around, it's KG sitting exactly on 3. So he's 15 and 5 so far. I'm not sure what Stereo Heart is sitting on. We'll figure that out over towards the end. But I'm assuming it's going to be a higher number as well. But they're going to look to increase those numbers, improve that KD ratio. as they head towards the A site. The A main Wicked has taken it over, gets one tag down to 222 HP. The Cloudburst gonna allow him to go back a little bit, but it's Protagonist that delivers a kill onto Hackerman.
Yeah, this time we saw a bit of a coordinated push coming in from the attackers, but they have dealt a lot of damage as well. Cypher holding a really crucial angle with demons right here. They should be able to get a 1 or 2 kills, but pausing the defuse is the main goal here, and the spike is also in their favor. They should be able to pause that. And the first kill coming in by Cypher. It's just her to be against the two enemies. A little bit of fake coming in, but there's not much that he can do at this point. He's completely vulnerable and will be taken down as well. That is 11th on the board for Mystic.
Yeah, Team Mystic played that one extremely nicely. They headed into the site straight away from Satellite. The game initially was just of trades. See, Wicked finds the one. On the other hand, it's Protagonist that delivers. So it was just a back and forth, one kill going for each team's favor. But this push from Only Game is what sort of put the round in Mystic's bag, because they weren't aware of Flicker's positioning. Flicker, he almost had a free kill on Only Game, and after that they were just playing with Hortby, who tried to defuse the spike, but there was only so much he can do to hold off two players on different angles.
If anything, we are seeing a lot of coordination from Team BHAA, but this time Team Mystic are just bursting to the side. All 5 enemies, and they will be able to get the side take as well. Damon is stealing himself, taking 2 enemies down, but Demon's Blade is right there to avenge his teammates. A little bit of smokes are also coming into the play. All the angles have been blocked. Protagonist on 24 HP is just pulling back, rethinking his strategy.
Well, Team Mystic now taking their time with this one, especially with the spike down right in Team BHAA's kingdom. The fault line gonna initiate some progress for Protagonist on the other hand, as he makes his way. I'm not sure if anyone's aware about this. The Cypher is dead, so he doesn't have to exactly worry about the camera. KG, he's headed in. Protagonist gets spotted out, and it's Hackerman that puts the final dagger in. And Team BHAA winning an extremely crucial round, especially after losing the pistol one, so that doesn't put Team Mystic on series point. Still, Mystic only 2 rounds away. They don't have to do quite a lot to steal this map and series away from Team BHAA, but Team BHAA, they have to be absolutely flawless if they want to win in regulation, and they can only afford one mistake if they want to push us to overtime.
Yeah, definitely, and that was a scary push from Team Mystic. If they handled that, I'm feeling pretty confident that they are in a better mental right now. They look really coordinated as well. So the game is definitely still not over. Their defense is certainly more sharper than they looked on attack. Wicked Gamer has his dash activated. He's just waiting for the enemy to make a mistake so he can just push in and get a kill. But Mystic is also looking really prepared with their utility. They're just waiting for the right moment to burst into the side. Flash will come into the play, and all 4 players will barge in, get 1 kill, and will be traded off pretty quickly as well. A lot of utility standing in their way, but they will not care about that. Just breaking into the side, 1 kill and another. And the scoreboard is 2v2, but Cypher is now suddenly all alone against the 2 enemies. KG will be able to get the plant.
Team BHAA, they had the weapon advantage heading into this one. Team Mystic were forced onto just pistols, and it seems like they've made it work. Up against 2 is going to be Hirotbi. He has been able to deal a good amount of damage, but gets spotted out. The double peek out as well, and it's Protagonist that puts the final dagger in as Mystic secure the map and series point. They're only 1 round away from being the first team to head into the semifinals of the IGEN Revival Series powered by Zah Computers. So far so good. Team BHAA, now you have to be absolutely flawless. I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if they can afford full rifles to work with, but they're gonna have to work with whatever they can purchase.
Definitely, and this is their final chance to make anything out of this game. There's not much that they can do. 12-3, it's a long road ahead, and it seems very unlikely. But they will try to lose with a little bit of dignity, but it seems very unlikely. Studio Heart just pushing in with his Spectre, gets the first kill against Only Game, and then Wicked Gamer wrapping it up from behind. Cypher's ult will come into the play, but before he can get any information, he's good just with his gun.
all down to Demon's Blood, and he can only find one before he too shall fall to the hands of KAG. Team Mystic with an extremely clean map, 13-3 on Team BHAA's map pick. So this series, Team Mystic, they've certainly delivered 13-2 in the first one, 13-3 in the second. They look to dominate the whole bracket at this point. With this sort of confidence heading in the semi-finals against whoever wins, I'm pretty sure they're going to be one of probably the top contender, at least on this side of the bracket, to go into the finals and probably win the whole thing.
And they looked really comfortable while doing it, while hitting those shots and just wiping off the enemies. And I don't know whether Team BHAA looked out of their form, or whether they were struggling, whether they were bad today, or Team Mystic had really practiced a lot. But yeah, I could tell that it was not just guns; it was also the utility on Team Mystic side. But whatever the case, we'll take a deeper look at the scoreboard after a quick break, and then we'll come back to the next match. Welcome back to Revival Series by IGEN Gaming, powered by Zah Computer and partnered with RB Tech, GamePoint, and Coin Mooner. You just watched the second and final map between Mystic and Team BHAA, going into the favor of Team Mystic. Before we go into the next match for today, that is between Team BRN and Chalo Sahi, I think we should take a quick look at the scoreboard and talk about how incredibly Stereoheart and Protagonist and their team played on the map Fracture.
Oh yeah, at the first half, at the end of the first half, we saw KG. He actually had a 3 KD with 15 kills and only 5 deaths, and I'm pretty certain we are going to see a lot more similar KDs when we do look at the scoreboard in just a second here, as it's being shown. But the team overall, Team Mystic, they have been playing lights out so far in both of these maps. In their own map pick on Fracture, which was Team BHAA's map pick, it just seems like they were confident through and through. Not a single point of hesitation every single round. Then even they lost was extremely close in there and almost was in their favor at one point or another as well. So Team Mystic, so far so good. They are looking extremely strong and probably one of the favorites to win this Revival Series out at all as well.
Yes, and they are our first semi-finalist as well, going into this IGEN Revival Series. Definitely deserving. I have become fan of a lot of new players, especially I was just talking to Jazib. I was like, who is this new guy that they have replaced in front of Ghostchild? And I would like to see him play more. Definitely, I've learned a lot of things, how to play Jet on maps like Haven. But I think on Fracture, I'd like to talk about Cypher as well. The way the tower was held on, the way utility was used, the way he used the cages and those traps. Usually, typically, you say that don't place the traps too close to the ground, but he used those traps perfectly, and they used every single time. And I like how the utility was used between the team and how they capitalized on each other's abilities and get those kills. It was definitely not a one-man show. They had their aims, but they were also looking really sharp in the utility department. What do you think, Jazib?
Oh yeah, they definitely were. They were looking sharp in their aim department, their individual skill, and their team communication, and their utility usage as well. So it was honestly in the second map. It just seemed like Team BHAA sort of didn't have the spirit to push us to a third map. They just feel like they were scattered completely in terms of communication and team play, especially after going down 4-0. After that, they were just giving away one-on-one duels too many times to Team Mystic, and just felt like sort of a free couple of rounds. They did start to turn things around a little bit after they took a timeout. They did play together a little bit more and were able to convert 3 rounds out, but it just wasn't enough to put them on map on board and push us to a third map. Team Mystic, once again, they are the favorites. They are one of the more experienced teams heading into this one, but of course we have to say props to Team BHAA. It's not easy to qualify for the quarterfinals in this one, of course, because once again, IGEN Revival Series powered by Zah Computers, it is the biggest Valorant competition happening in Pakistan in terms of participations ever. We have more than 100 teams, and it only comes down to these 8, and Team BHAA, they were one of them. So of course it was a good feat, but sadly they won't be continuing onto the semi-finals. It's Team Mystic that secured the first spot.
Yes, you're right. Definitely, they have qualified out of more than 100 teams. So they were definitely deserving. They had something that they made it so far. But unfortunately, there are stronger teams right now. They are the likes of the VRN that we are going to watch soon. They have some of the best veterans, some of the most seasoned players in Pakistan. So this tournament is going to get really interesting. So I think it's natural. If I were BHAA, I wouldn't be too disheartened. If you lost against lost against really good players who have earned their stripes as some of the best ones in Pakistan. But again, they looked a little bit good, especially when they switched on the side of defense. We are going to take a quick look at the scoreboard. They had pretty good kills. Their strategies looked fresh and they looked really coordinated. But I think it was too late when the sides were switched.
Yeah, it certainly did feel like it was a bit too late, because I believe the scoreline was yet again 10-2 in the second half as well. Stereoheart this time around wasn't too great in terms of KD. He was 10-12, but there's only so much you can do when the rest of your team is popping off. Of course, KG being the MVP of this one, 18-7. He was 15 and 5 when the first half ended, so he only got 3 kills because again, his whole team was popping off. There were just not as many opportunities to get as many individual kills, but a 308 ACS once again for KG. That speaks a lot. On the other hand, though, Demon, he tried to do as much as he could on the Brimstone. 312 ACS, extremely impressive, especially when you have when you were working with a scoreline 13 to 3 with a 10 round deficit and still such a high ACS. That Demon Blood, I believe he does have some potential, but sadly his team they just couldn't do much, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. It's incredible that being a controller, Demon is leading the charge with 16 kills. But I would like to mention that I did not see a lot of utility usage from the side of Team BHAA. Not a lot of smokes, not enough camera and trap usage. But again, I'm not even sure we saw a lot of revivals come into the play either. But definitely being a controller, it's really difficult to back those kills and still be focused on the utility, still be focused on dropping those smokes and those molotovs. So I kind of understand it, but you need more than this in order to win quarterfinals in a game like that, in a team against Team Mystic. So it's understandable. It's a really big disparity between the two teams. It's a 13-3 score line, and yes, Team Mystic are your first semi-finalists, and we will soon be going into the next game as well. That is between Team VRN and Team Chalo Sahi. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in the next game.
Yeah, we were speaking of Team Mystic being an experienced team. Well, there's another one on the cards here. It's Team VRN. Of course, they have some of the most experienced FPS players that Pakistan has ever had. The roster consists of SR, Criminal, Trans, Hadal, and Abdur. Three of these players have even played LAN tournaments of Valorant, so they are going to probably be looking like the favorites in this one, and they are up against Chalo Sahi, whose roster consists of Fang, Xanar, Beast, Kel, and X Gamer X. I have seen Chalo Sahi play. They do seem like a really good team, but just considering the fact that Team VRN has so much experience to go behind them and help them, you sort of do have to favor them a little bit. But of course, we're here for upsets, we're here for map 3s, we're here for overtime, so hopefully we get to witness some of that. It's going to be a tall task yet again for Chalo Sahi. There are the dark horses in this one, but we're gonna have to wait and find out if they're gonna be able to make a run though.
Yeah, because we are always rooting for the underdogs. We are both rooting for Team BHAA, even though we kind of had an idea that it's probably not going to be an upset. Team Mystic is probably going to clean sweep this one. But again, we are always wishing to see more competition, more upsets. We had more than 100 teams in this tournament. We had underdogs from all over Pakistan participating. So it's great to see that the likes of Team BHAA had the opportunity and they were good enough to make it so far into the game. So it will be interesting to see how Team Chalo Sahi pans out against the likes of Team VRN. And yeah, I'm also interested in what type of agents we are going to see, because we already know how Team VRN play, but it will be interesting to see that what type of agents newcomers are favoring. I mean, I'm sure they are not newcomers, they have played a lot of rank, but you know, at the level of pro play, you need to make those smart decisions. You need to take your team into the consideration as well while picking agents. What do you think that we are going to see, how they're going to tackle the veterans of VRN?
Honestly, it's just going to come down to the confidence game, because of course, confidence matters quite a lot in competitive play, especially when you're at the top. You have to feel good about your gameplay. You have to feel confident when you're taking those one-on-one duels. You have to feel like you're going to win those out, and especially when you're up against such a strong team like we're at VRN, you need to have this strong mindset, because there's a likely chance that you might go down earlier on, lose those first few rounds, and maybe even the first map. You're gonna have to reset your mental game and come back probably. So if the mental game, that's what sort of differentiates between the top of the top and the lower of the top. So it's going to be an exciting one to see how this one plays out, because the player, they definitely have individual capabilities for Team Chalo Sahi. It's just going to be a matter of how they can deliver as a team.
Yeah, and whoever wins this game between VRN and Chalo Sahi will be competing against Team Mystic in the semi-finals. Will be interesting to see whoever wins, whether it's Chalo Sahi or if it's VRN. If VRN wins, we'll get to see a clash between the two veteran teams, some of the two best teams in Pakistan. And if it's Chalo Sahi, we'll get to enjoy how the veterans tackle the newcomers in the industry. And I think we are going to see the same old OG agents, probably more Jet, and more brimstone, the same old agents. Because I have a feeling, Jazib, that new agents in Valorant generally just don't do well. Like, we all saw how Chamber was released and then a little bit of a nerf and then he's just gone from the meta. How do you feel? Like, I feel like there is a new agent curse in Valorant. That, like, new agents, they just don't make it for a very long time.
I think there are a couple of factors in play here. Well, especially about the chamber nerf, I wouldn't call it a little nerf. It did feel like a massive nerf, of course. Especially the teleport. That was the primary ability of the guy, and it got nerfed massively, to be very honest. Yeah, I think to some extent you are correct. Teams often do go for the easier agents that have been around for quite a long time, because I think it just comes down to what the teams are comfortable playing. More than anything else, teams go for being comfortable rather than trying to counter or trying to go for some unusual plays that can cost them if they aren't able to fully execute them properly. So that could that probably is why we usually just see the basic meta setups. But then again, we haven't had a lot of competition going around, so teams haven't had chance to practice with top tier competition quite a lot, except maybe scrims, but still tournaments are tournaments, and they are sort of a better sort of form of practice, of course. So you need to have some sort of testing grounds when you're working with new metas. So that probably is one of another reason actually why we don't see as many meta shifts happening in our local scene, while people all around us tend to move on to newer agents, especially with Gecko and Harbor around. The Harbor has been quite actually extremely useful on Haven and Pearl, I believe. So still, things are going to take time to catch up, but it's extremely understandable that people just tend to go for the comfort picks.
Yeah, that is true. But right now, I think we are going to jump into the map picks right now. Team BRN has already banned Heaven. Thank heavens. I don't want to watch that map anymore. And Team Chalo Sahi have banned Fracture. So we are not going to see the map that we just watched, which is a good thing. A little bit of a twist coming in. And we are going to watch Split. That is VRN's pick. And they are going to go defense on this map. And Icebox, Jazib's favorite map, will also be played today. It has been picked by Team Chalo Sahi, and Ascent will be the decider. I like all three maps. I'm really excited to see them.
Honestly, Split is actually my favorite map, and Icebox comes in at second. So I'm very happy with how the first two picks turned out to be. The third one is going to be Ascent, and quite honestly, I can probably bet that in all of these series that we're going to watch across this whole week for the Revival Series, I'm pretty certain we're going to see a lot of Ascent and Haven. I'm pretty certain every series is going to have at least one of these maps, but this time around we may not go to that one. VRN are going to kick things off with their own map pick, which is going to be Split. Chalo Sahi have picked out Icebox, so it's going to be a rather exciting one to see how these ones play out. To be very honest, I am thinking that maybe VRN try for a relatively newer meta, maybe put in one unusual, one unorthodox agent in there to test things out, because this sort of is the moment where they can. Because later down the line, as we were talking earlier, Team Mystic, they are an experienced team. Once they're into the semifinals, they're not going to have a chance to test things out. They're going to be playing a very serious series against a very serious team that can deal quite a lot of damage onto VRN. So it's going to be an exciting one, especially how the agent section goes out.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about the agent section, specifically on the map Split, because this is going to be the first map that at least I am going to see in pro play after the rework, after I returned into the rotation. There have been some small but still significant changes made on the map Split, which should change how at least controllers are played on this map. So I am really excited to see that what agents the Pakistani teams are going to favor, because I think it will kind of set the pace, kind of set the mood that how Split should be played, especially in ranked as well, because I don't think I have played Split after the rework either. How was your experience like after the rework?
Honestly, it doesn't feel too much different. It just feels like the attacker side did get a bit more favorable positioning, of course, because the Split was extremely defensive sided, especially with the fast rotations coming in due to the ropes area or towards middle. So it just feels a bit more balanced, and I think that is very good, because having to go against massive scorelines if you are just starting on attack, it can be very demotivating, and the mental factor can have a huge effect on the overall game and series. So I think having a much more balanced map is extremely good for the competitive scene in general. So again, I believe this time around it is VRN that are attacking first. So we're gonna witness some of how they play this one as well.
And for Icebox, I have seen VRN play on Icebox. They usually just rely heavily on their aim. I've barely seen them use a lot of utility-heavy strategy and, just overcooking everything, overthinking everything, winning too much outside of bomb points. They usually just barge in. So I think Chalo Sahi are going to have a really difficult time if they don't know how to handle aggression from the attackers, especially on attack side. But I've also seen that even on defense, VRN usually like to favor, just pushing into the enemy's boundaries, quite similar to Mystic, how Mystic was playing defense on Fracture. So I think we are going to see a lot of aim-heavy play on the second map as well, which would really give Chalo Sahi a really difficult time if they are relying on utility a lot.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to wait and find out how this one exactly plays out. Of course, we are live on all Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. You can watch us anywhere you'd like. We have to thank our partners for making this tournament possible and the 100,000 prize pool. It's Game Point, RB Tech and Games, and Mooncoiner, or excuse me. But of course, and we are partnered with Zah Computers to bring this tournament to you, the biggest tournament of Valorant in Pakistan in terms of participation. The prize pool was 75,000 early on, but because of the love that we were shown for this tournament, we just had to increase it.
Yeah, this is actually massive for the Valorant scene, especially. It has been pretty dry recently, not a lot of tournaments happening. So I was personally really happy, especially with the prize pool as well. It's 100k PKR, which is, I think, incredible. Teams, it was really encouraging for teams to really participate and just, to know that Valorant scene is still alive in Pakistan. It's still alive and thriving. And if we get a good response on this tournament, who knows, it will open up more opportunities for tournaments in Pakistan to kind of give a message that people do want to watch Valorant, and we are interested in, playing and competing on a higher level.
Yeah, and sort of these tournaments are going to, of course, help us bring some more teams into the mix as well, such as Team BHAA, Chalo Sahi, because we did see Team BHAA get absolutely blown out by Team Mystic, but these tournaments are going to help Team come up, get to play against the more experienced teams, get to play alongside them, get to know them. So these tournaments, of course, are going to be beneficial for the whole scene in general, help groom better players as well. So we are hopefully going to coming up with more of these, but so far so this one has been going pretty nicely. 100 plus teams participating, 2 qualifiers. Chalo Sahi, they did have a good run in their own qualifier. They only lost, I believe, one single map in the semifinals. Actually, never mind, they were the team that ended up placing second. Their opponents were the one that only lost a single map, but Chalo Sahi, they placed second in the qualifier. I have some relatively high expectations from them. I think they can probably take a map or even the series away from VRN, although it is a tall ask for them. I'm still hoping for something.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to watch Chalo Sahi. You said that you have watched them play, but this will be my first time watching them play. I am actually looking really forward to Criminal, Trans, and Abdur play this game, because I have watched them a lot for a very long time, and it's really difficult to play against such, I would say, like, mechanically senior players, because they're really experienced. They have a lot of experience under their belts. So I wouldn't be surprised if Team Chalo Sahi are feeling a little bit of intimidated, but right now it doesn't seem like it, because they're just pushing right into site A, and they already have a lot of control. But Abdur has already taken one player down, onto the second one, and onto the second one, but Hadal will trade off his teammate. Oh, wait, is that Iluvu?
I think that's Trans actually, playing with the name Lubu. So Trans pushes up, gets one more kill to his name. That puts everything down to XGamerX. He's up against 2, but both of the players tagged on quite a lot. The heal is going to come in, so Trans going out wider for a peek, but the timing this time around doesn't go his way. XGamer, he's going on a flank, might be able to pick both of these players out if he gets the timing right, but he's being anticipated. And he does find the first pick. Has been tagged down quite a lot. Trans in such a favorable position, knows exactly where XGamer is, and finds the third to his name for the first round of VRN.
Yeah, I mean, good try from team Chalo Sahi. They brought it really close. I think you were right when you said that they have a lot of potential and they could bring this game to could bring this game really close. But again, it's Team BRN. They finally clutched out the round. One round on the scoreboard for Team BRN. Their economy is also looking pretty good, but I think they will stick with their pistols. Team Chalo Sahi will try to back this round because it's pistol versus pistol, so it should be comparatively easy to bring out a balancer and just restart the game.
Yeah, well, VRN, they are playing 4 versus 5, so it's not looking very good for them. I'm not sure where the 5th is, but they have to have the confidence to play 4v5. Like, sure, it's an automatic disadvantage, and it's actually a massive disadvantage. You know, that if it all comes down to those one-on-one raids, VRN are losing that fight every single time. So it's a massive disadvantage, but we're gonna have to just wait and find out how this one plays out. A quick timeout has been called in. I believe we're waiting to find out what's going on with the 5th player. Well, as soon as we have some information, we'll let you guys know. But we are in off to a good start. Even on attack, they were able to secure the first round, and it seems like, I think, did Trons disconnect as well? He is AFK in spawn. I'm not quite certain. Maybe they're waiting for him. But Chalo Sahi, they have one-man advantage automatically to work with, so they have to be feeling good here.
Yeah, but I think the game will not start with one-man advantage. They should probably wait for their 5th player and then start fair, because if it were attack, if they were missing one member in attack, it wouldn't matter that much. But when you are in defense, you really need that 3rd player to handle mid, especially splits mid, which opens into both of the sides. So it's really critical that you have utility and one person at least holding that angle. So all right, so we have a bad news for Team VR, and they are going to continue playing 4v5. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I think, like Jazib said, that they are experienced players, shouldn't bother them that much. But you know, your 5th player is your 5th player, but still, if you are VR, and you should be able to manage that a little bit. But it is kind of a bummer.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. And even though they are experienced, just a one whole player disadvantage changes things up quite a lot. Even when, especially when they're on defense, they're gonna have a lot of less manpower to work with to hold on to sites. And well, speaking of manpower, one more player of VRN ends up dropping as Abdur falls to the hands of ABD,
And
and
all of
the
a
rest.
sudden, it's a 3v5 situation, and just up the rotating all the way towards the B side. And they have a complete A side control right now. Hadal will get first kill on A side. Nomi is really low, and he will be taken down as well. Breach just pushing in with a shorty, trying to get a kill in long range. That is some confidence. They have complete A side control right now. It's just Killjoy alive against two players. They're both low, so it's not completely impossible to take those down. But it remains to be seen. And yes, Trans will be able to take one down. It's a Omen versus Killjoy. Again, Pickle is also low. He also has a pistol, trying to play close range, trying to get that kill. But
How?
no, Pickle will deny Eluvu will deny him that kill, and wrapping the second round in the favor of Team BRN.
Chalo Sahi ends up they got the first frag. They end up they were up 5 versus 3. I believe the trades went their way initially as well for the 1-on-1, and after that they just couldn't hold on. Once again, it's Trans with a clutch against two players. This has got to be heartbreaking if
And
you're
they're
Chalo Sahi.
also without one player, so I think that is really incredible that they're pulling it all off, at least so far. I mean, these are just pistol rounds, and they're once again sticking with their pistol, at least Transes, and just making its way slowly towards B side. A little bit of aggression being shown on mid. The wall will go down. Hadal is equipped with a Vandal. Gamer just holding a really crucial angle on A side. Is also locked. They're just testing waters on both the side. They're not committing right now. It's too soon to do that. They have a whole 1.5 minute to work with. Trans showing a lot of confidence with just a pistol hiding inside the smoke. And he will be
Yeah,
able to get one kill with a mere pistol. But this time, Pickle is equipped with a Vandal. Sky's ultimate is coming into the play, just pushing it on the back of his Seekers. Will try to deal some damage, but will fail to do so when Pickle has already taken Trans down onto the B side. Hadal has a lot of top control right now, and Pickle, I think, is aware of that. They're trying to make their way towards B, and they should be able to get the bomb down on B side.
Ooh.
Hadal is feeling himself. Second kill on the scoreboard. 2v2 situation where Killjoy is really low, and Hadal will also be able to take him down as well. It's just Raze against Omen and Sky.
this should not be going VRN's way.
Yeah.
Once again, it's pretty much the same thing. Chalo Sahi, they managed to get the first frag. The trades went their way, but they just couldn't deal with Hadal. That the one pain in the back
Oh
that
my
ended things
lord!
up for them, and he gets the fourth as well. X just has no idea that Hadal on his right side.
Okay, this should not be good for their confidence, because Hadal was just right there, and Raze was completely oblivious. Raze was completely unaware. And like you said, it should not be going in the favor of VRN, considering that they are lacking one player. But they are winning rounds, and the funny part is that they are looking comfortable doing it. The way Hadal just popped into the side from mid. Again, I'll say that taking mid control on his split is not an easy task. It's a tall order, but he has done it very comfortably. Gotten again 3 more kills on the B side. VRN is looking extremely comfortable, extremely good in their shape and form. Once again, a little bit of Sky flash coming into the play, but their flash will push attackers back. They're all stacked in a really dangerous area right now. It never works out well. Breach has prepared a flash, waiting for the attackers to push in. Killjoy is locked down, will go down. They are trying to lock down the B entrance and also the mid side as well. Abdur with the first kill against Breach. They should have the side control because the defenders have pushed back with the ultimate.
The Boombot going to further confirm this positioning of one more player. The nade deals just a little bit of damage onto a player of Chalo Sahi. Actually, no case has been knocked down to almost 50 HP. GamerX falls as well, and Abdur continues to deliver alongside Trans as both of them find a pick to their name. SR follows up, and Trans with the cleanup onto ABD and BRN. It just seems like it doesn't matter to them if they're playing 4v5, although generally this disadvantage is a massive one when you're by default down a player. But they're just going on a spree right now. It seems like it's everyday job for them.
Yeah, and they seem to be trying really hard. They seem to be following a strict strategy. They are not just randomly, radically pushing into the side because they're lacking one player. They are not taking it very seriously. I think they're just sticking to the same old strategy that they would have if they have their fifth present. They're not changing anything. And it is working out for them. Fourth round on the board for Team VR, and they're once again trying to break open mid because it has worked out for them in the past. Trans holding his signature angle outside of B. Abdur will try to gather that first information, and he knows that there is one player inside the lobby, and he has a lot of control right now. This can't be good for Team Chalo Sahi.
No, yeah, not at all. We are totally taken over the middle of the map, and eventually they do want to make some progress with the slow. We're going to force them to stay back at least for a little while. This default setup for VRN has been working out absolutely perfectly for them so far, but this time around it seems like they seem to have a gist of things as Nomi plays, stacks up 2 kills to his name, leaving VRN in a 2 versus 3. It's Franz alongside SR who have to deliver this time around, and SR does get the turret further, confirming his positioning, but they have absolutely no idea where Trans is. Although Pickle, he's sensing something. The spider senses are tingling, and he might just be able to get something. Trans probably isn't expecting something, but he still manages to get the kill. The Omen ultimate comes in. He's going to collect the SR is going to collect the spike, and they have the B side taken over. But Nomi plays once again, making sure that Chalo Sahi do not lose this one. SR already headed into the side, but Nomi plays finally gets shut down up against 2 with no time to work with. SR in a world of misery, and ABD puts that an end to that misery.
Yep, and that will be the first round for Team Chalo Sahi. Like I said earlier, that they shouldn't be leaving the mid control like that. And Nomi he played a huge role in this round because he was handling that mid just perfectly. First, he got 2 kills when the attackers were pushing, and then he was right there on the tower when Trans pushed into the side. So I think this is exactly what they need to do. You just can't give up mid when you're playing on split as defenders. It's the most crucial part of the map. Even if you are leaving the whole side empty, you need that mid control. I think they have cracked the code and they will continue to place Nomi plays towards mid side. 2 players towards the tower.
We aren't well, they are playing against VRN, and VRN, well, the experience, at least with the experience, they know that when they need to change things up. So Chalo Sahi, they seem to have cracked the code of the default setup that VRN were playing with, so they're going to change things up. They don't have the complete default. 2 players stacked up over towards Garage, make that 3, and all 4 of them actually moving to towards B main. So it seems like they're going to go for a rather aggressive take here. As soon as the smokes are lined up and the smokes go in, Ali is out. The nade follows up, and the breach all by himself. He does have some help available over towards tower, but he is going to fall. Never mind, actually, Abdur is the one that gets taken down. Although the breach did get taken down to 50 HP, but that one single kill onto Abdur is going to make things a lot more difficult for VRN, as they only have 3 players to enter into a site, and split, as we know it, is specifically a harder one to get an entry into, especially when your duelist is gone.
Yeah, but they will still be able to get 2 kills at least, bringing it to a balancer. It's a 3v3 and Seekers are also being laid down. Trans has a lot of information and he didn't capitalize on that information. Take 1 player down and the second one, and it's suddenly 1v3. It's just Omen alone against the 3 players, and Killjoy has also healed up. So this is going to be a difficult one, an uphill battle for Pickle to take control of B side and then defuse the spike. It's not going to be easy, especially when Hadal and SR are both holding that angle, and they have the information as well. And Pickle will be taken down. 5th round on the scoreboard for Team BR, and just when I thought that Team Chalo Sahi are back in the game, they give up another round.
I'm not even sure what to pick out from Chalo Sahi's mistakes at this point, because they seem to play this right. See, they get the first pick, but after that they just seem to get a bit more overconfident and miscommunicate a little bit, because we saw a double peek coming in. The Raze was peeking out from heaven, and up the and the Xanar, that is the breach for Chalo Sahi, peeks out from within the site, but their timing was just a little bit off, and it ended up costing both of them their lives. And after that, it was just a rather clean post-round scenario for VRN. So these tiny miscommunications is actually what VRN is punishing, and they continue to do so as 2 kills go their way. Abdur, he has his knife out, so that doesn't exactly go his way. Sort of an amateur move there, but still, a 3 versus 3, 3 ultimates for Chalo Sahi to work with. They have the resurrection available as well, so they could give themselves a live advantage, but never mind. 1 versus 3, they up all down to Nomi, and he too shall fall by the hands of Hadal. 6-1, VRN, they are on a roll, and I'm not sure how surprising this is because, sure, they're down a player, but they have a lot of experience. Still, a man disadvantage is a lot to deal with, and it seems like it's not that much of a deal for them.
Definitely, but again, Team Chalo Sahi did not have really good weapons to work with in this round, but they have already lost 5 rounds, so it's not really about the weapons. Whereas Team VRN has been working with only 4 players and they're still acing it. It's not bothering them at all.
Yeah, we are gonna go with a technical timeout here. I'm not sure what's happened, but well, I think the KJ from side of Chelsea has actually disconnected, but we'll get that sorted quickly, hopefully. But yeah, as you said, it seems like we're in there completely unbothered, which is again a surprising. But Chelsea, this is going to be their prime round to take. They have all 5 ultimates to work with. They already have a man advantage to work with as well, even before the round begins, and they have all the rifles that they could have asked for. So if they are to secure a round and start something, so they are. So we're gonna quickly actually look at the highlights while AVD gets reconnected into the game. Uh, this was the this was the last round, I believe. Oh, the second round, yeah. So Hadal, he was a nuisance. See, these sort of individual plays are what have been working out quite nicely for Rian through and through, alongside those minor bad timings that Chalo Sahi are getting, which Rian is capitalizing on again and again. So Chalo Sahi, they don't have a lot of mistakes that they're making, especially because, well, they are up a man by default. So they just need to fix quite just minor things, and they could start going on a roll and secure some rounds.
Yeah, that is true. But as you can see here, Abdur is just popping heads, and then Trans is really looking good on the aim as well. And we just saw on the scoreboard as well, there just the 2 players on Team BRN side are really looking sharp on the aim. They are bagging those kills, whereas the rest of the 2, they still have 3 kills. So I think it all comes down to the aim at the end of the day. Just 2 players carrying their whole team, even though one is disconnected. So I think out of everything, Chalo, they really need to up their aim game and just get their head out of the strategy, get their head out of just playing really slow, and focus more on bagging those kills.
Yeah. I guess like VRN, they were playing a bit more of a default strat earlier on. So at that point, you couldn't exactly try it and pick out a couple of players, but maybe Chelosai could try getting a bit more aggressive over towards one particular site. And even if you don't manage to find a kill, and if there's no one present from VRL over towards that area, you at least have map control and a lot of information to work with behind that as well. You could have some unusual setups in case VRN does decide to rotate as well. So maybe take advantage of that. So, but Chelsea, they're gonna have to change something up. They have something to work with before the round even starts. They need to capitalize on this advantage. IVD still disconnected. Hopefully, he comes back because VRN, they have been dominating the game in a 4 versus 5 already. I can't imagine what the scoreline would look like if it's a 4v4 all tied up. And a KJ is a very integral strategy part, especially on split. So that could be a massive blow to Chalo Sahi if ABD doesn't come back into the game. And he was having a good amount of he was securing a good amount of kills for his team as well. While we wait patiently, of course, we have to thank our partners. who have made this tournament possible. RB Tech and Games, Game Point, Coin Moons, uh, and of course, we are partnered with Zah Computers to bring you the IGEN Revival Series. 1 lakh prize pool, the biggest tournament in Pakistan in terms of participation. IGEN's making a comeback into the competitive scene after 3 years, and they're doing it with a bang. I believe we only have 1 minute left are gonna before we're gonna have to start things off again, and maybe Chalo Sahi will have to face VRN in a 4-on-4, which is going to make things even further difficult for them because well, earlier on when the game was beginning, they had the confidence at least of being a man up before the rounds even began, and now they don't even have that in their favor. VRN taking full advantage of it, getting in all aggressive. They realize that the KJ utility is absent over towards the B site, and they're utilizing it completely. The lockdown in, but they're not expecting XGamerX to be such deep hidden into the B site. Sure, the lockdown is going to detain him, but he did manage to get a couple of kills before going down. Ooh, SR, he wasn't looking, but Trans is going to finish things off there. Pickle does get one, leaving SR all on his own up against two. Xanar's ultimate is good. SR did try to ult out, but the timing was just not in his favor. Chalo Sahi, they secured their
Yep, and that
second.
will be the second round for Chalo Sahi on the scoreboard. I was expecting that was an easy round for VR, and when the Killjoy lockdown came into the play and the way Abdur just satcheled into the towers, you could clearly see the confidence that they have. And I think they just want to quickly wrap this up, even though they are lacking one player. But again, Gamer X is feeling himself. His aim is looking really good today, and caught SR just before he could teleport outside of the A. But again, things are not completely out of the hand for VRN even yet. The disparity is still insane. They have the lead of 4 rounds on the board even right now. Abdur once again trying to get some mid control, spamming on the wall. But Nomi plays is waiting right there for Abdur and his teammate, and Nomi is incredible at mid. But on the other hand, Trans has already gotten a pick against Pickle. On the back of a Sky and Raze's utility, they will try to get more information. They know there is one player towards male, but they are trying to get control of the other area. But Nomi plays will still be able to get a kill through the smoke against Abdur. B side is completely empty for taking, but there is no one there. Breach is right there to take Trans down. Nomi still active on mid, refusing Hadal any mid control. It's just Omen against 5 players, but Breach will take Omen down as well. Third round on the scoreboard for Chalo Sahi. They're still in the game, and I think that the timeout has just made them realize that they have the man advantage and they can still bounce back into the game. The scoreline could still work out in their favor.
You know, it is a bit confusing. Chalo Sahi, they were losing rounds when they were down, when they were up 5v4, and now that they're all tied up 4v4 by default because ABD is disconnected, they seem to get back into their rhythm now. It seems like they've taken a timeout here. I believe ABD is coming back because they did win the last couple of rounds, so it doesn't exactly make sense for them to take a timeout right here. So hopefully ABD comes back. They seem to understand how things are going to work out in their favor now in the last couple of rounds. So if ABD does come back, that is going to further improve things for them, and they could potentially take the lead away or tie things up at least in the first half, because we only have 3 more rounds to go in the first one.
That is true, and even though VRN is looking really good despite the disadvantage that they're going through right now, but still I think it would not last long until or unless their bottom 2 players also start playing. Right now, only Trans and Hadal are showing up in the server, but they do need their other 2 players also to show up because they're also lacking one. And Chalo Sahi could easily crack the code. Why things are still working out for VR, and for that time they need more firepower on their side.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Nomi plays once again, planting his wall towards the mid side. That typically helps to slow down the push. But Bjorn is really smart. Once again, Abdur trying to get a signature mid control, but he should be taken down. But no, Abdur is feeling really good. He takes Nomi plays down. Smooth headshot, takes a lot of damage. But Hadal is right there to heal him up.
There
Trans,
Woodward's
like always,
friend.
outside of B, just waiting for the enemy to make a move, but it will be Abdur who will take Gamer down. It's a balancer, it's a 3v3, anything can happen from here on out.
It's a 2-on-3 actually. AVD still sadly disconnected. So that puts Chalo Sahi at a disadvantage here. A player of VRN, although is tagged down quite a lot in the sky, has been eliminated from the equation as well. So no heals coming up for them. Pickle, he might be able to get a lot of damage dealt, or he might not find anything. He gets through. He lines them up, but won't be able to find the third. It's Ilovu. It's excuse me. It's Trans that gets the trade, but he has taken a lot of damage already. Xanar up against Trans in a one-on-one. Trans does have the spike on him. 30 seconds to go. A little bit of time to work with as well. So not in the worst of scenarios. But Xanar, he's second guessing this. He's maybe expecting the Trans is rotated out over towards the A site, but the alarm mode noise, I'm assuming he doesn't get that, but the spike plant, he hears that. He's going to rotate straight back in behind the flash. He pushes out. No information gathered just yet, but the turret noise, it should at least give him an idea about where Trans is.
I think Trans really need to run down the time here because his HP does not allow him to take any aggressive and bold battles here. Breach, on the other hand, I'm not sure if he's feeling really confident because he's just changed his mind. He's trying to push through the back and pick up a battle. But like I said, Trans has wasted a lot of times. He has the information where he's coming from. He's stunned as well. Breach has a lot of advantage, but he did not check that cheeky angle and he will be punished for that. Incredible round that Trans has flushed out for VRN. That will be the 7th round. And a free kill as well.
Just a cherry on top to improve the KD ratio, of course. But once again, it's Trans that clutches up. This is I believe this is his 3rd or 4th round that he's clutched up for VRN, and now we're only 2 rounds away before the first half comes to conclusion. And VRN, even though they were down a match to begin things, they still managed to get a good lead to work with initially.
What was this?
Oh, I have no idea. And what's crazy is that Pickle lined 2 of them up. They dealt a good amount of damage onto the 3rd as well. Chalo Sahi just still couldn't close things out. Things have looked so good for Chalo Sahi mid round, but it just all seems to fall apart towards the end for them.
That is true. Like I said, that Breach just did not look that confident, even though I think he had more advantage in terms of position and in terms of information. But like you said, VRN are just more experienced. They know how to clutch out those situations and they know how to handle those 1v1s. And that is exactly what happened. Right now, I think VRN is just trying to play it slow, but Hadal has already pushed in. Gamer will punish him for that. Not before he'll take a lot of damage though.
Well, one thing that we've learned so far in this map is that we can't really count VRN out until the round is exactly done. They have the clutch factor that they need to win this map, potentially. And they have shown it from time and time again so far, exactly why they have the round advantage to work with. And oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Chalo Sahi, they might not expect someone to be present over towards tower. Trans finds the first pick. Initially, Abdur follows up with one of his own, tying things up. Actually, giving VRN a man advantage to work with. Pickle, though, sort of in a pickle himself. But a player drops right in front of him, and Abdur just randomly shoots through the smoke to take him out as well, leaving it a 1 versus 3 for X Gamer. And honestly, he's tagged down so much that it doesn't seem like a clutchable round for him, but still not dead yet. Trans clutched out with just 22 HP as well, although things are a bit more difficult for Gamer here. He's up against 3, and patience that VRN are showing is extremely good.
And he does not have a lot of HP to work with, and he is already cornered by 2 enemies on both sides and will be taken down. I mean, VRN's mid control is just incredible. That is exactly what's bagging them rounds so far. They keep trying to break into that mid side up there on the back of his boombot, and with some help, they're really making that mid control work out for themselves.
Yeah, we are in. They're up 8-3. This could potentially go to a 9-3 as well, or an 8-4, which is still a very good lead heading into the second half, especially on defense on split. Especially when you're heading to defense on split, and when you're down 4v5 to begin things. Right now, it's all tied up. Of course, ABD is disconnected, sadly for Chalo Sahi. But with the way things started for the first 7 rounds we are in, they were down a man. It's just extremely impressive that they have secured this lead.
Yeah, and once again, Abdur trying to pick off enemies on the mid side, testing waters, whether it's safe to push in or not. With the help of Omen, and Nomi is always waiting for them with the help of another player. They will deal some damage, but Breach's utility will push them back. Seekers also coming into the play, trying to get them the information that they need to take control of the towers, and that is exactly what will happen. Breach was completely stunned and will go down as well, and Abdur with the launcher, it's all activated and he's trying to get that CT control as well. There is only one player over there and he should be taken down, but no. Rage's ultimate works in unique way, but they'll still be able to get 2 kills with only 1 AFK left. And that will be the 9th on the board for Team BRN.
Wow, just simply wow. We are in. They don't have their 5th to work with for the first 7 rounds. They were at a man disadvantage. They made it work. They were up 6-1. Afterwards, when Chelsea lost their own 5th, they managed to secure a couple of rounds. They were hoping that ABD maybe comes back with the timeout, I'm assuming, but sadly he couldn't. And now we are in sitting with a 6-round advantage in a 4v4 map 1. This is VRN's map pick, so I'm assuming they are far more comfortable than Chalo Sahi on it, of course, but still it has to be absolutely devastating for Chalo Sahi, having a man advantage to begin with, having the relatively favorable map as well, and still not being able to convert many rounds.
Yeah, that is true, and they no longer have any sort of advantage. It's just a typical 4v4. Both of the teams have a fair advantage going into this game. But again, like Trans, definitely with 23 kills, that is incredible. Trans is looking really good today. He has gotten those. I think 2 clutches so far, and those entry kills, those headshots. This guy is feeling himself today.
We've seen good KDs so far. We saw a 3 KD from KAG earlier. We saw a 2.13 or I believe or something like that in the first map by Stereo Heart, but 5.75. This man is crazy, simply.
This man is definitely crazy, and once again, the defenders, they are making quick moves. They had a little bit of information and they quickly left the mid and went towards the A side, getting 2 kills against the attackers. Pickle will try to plant a spike and will be successful in doing
he's just
so,
getting
but
the
not
3
before
kills as
Lubu
well.
gets that AFK kill.
Ooh, Pickle gets 2 to his name. Flying things up 2-2. Here we are in. SR has been tagged down quite a lot, just barely surviving right now, and this could be a rather easier kill. Tron's probably gonna try to bait him for some information and a potential trade as well, but SR smokes it out and he gets a kill. Trons finds the other one, and VRN yet again convert this round, which wasn't exactly in their favor.
I mean, I like how quickly they are reacting to the information. They didn't wait a beat before rotating towards the A side and just pausing the attackers in their way. That is incredible.
Yeah,
I mean, this is how you know that these players have played each other for a very long time. The way they coordinate, the way they communicate, you can just tell that they know how to play a game.
Oh yeah, the mutual understanding that all 4 of these players have with each other, it just absolutely shows on the map. They're very well communicated. They're very well versed about when to push together, when to peek out together, when to play on each other's trades, and when someone has to become the bait if you're quite tagged down a lot. This is exactly what SR actually did in this one. He smokes into the side, teleports in to potentially just be the bait, because the smokes allows Trans to play around it, finesses a bit, and okay, he's just improving his KD at this point by getting that kill.
Yeah, that is the 3rd time that Trans killed that KJ.
Oh yeah, and the round isn't even properly done yet, and he's doing it that's the first thing he goes out to do.
I mean, that is on them to give him access to the defender's spawn. But right now it's a 3v4 situation, and the attackers are trying their best to just push the defenders back and get their spike plant, and they will be able to do that as well. But it's not undoable for VR, and like you said, that they have that clutch factor. They should still be able to get that control and defuse the spike, but they are just weighing their options right now. B side is stacked with the defenders. It's very difficult to set foot inside, especially with Riz holding such a forward angle. On the back of a flash, Hadal will try to get the first kill, but fail to do so.
Oh, the timing of the fall line wasn't exactly good. Ends up costing 2 lines for Chalo Sahi, but Hadan, he's up against the clock as well. Here does find one, but has to deal with Zanar. Hops onto the defuse, and Zanar just gets the timing right. Chalo Sahi secured their fourth after losing the pistol, but they're not out of the danger water yet. They are sitting on a 6-round deficit, but at least the anti-eco round secured.
But that was a good defense from Team VR, and good try. But
Yeah, they just sort of gave up in the site earlier on. They did try to resist it, and maybe if Franz hadn't pushed out for the free kill earlier on and was present into the site to take those fights initially all by himself, things would have looked a bit different. But I'm not exactly going to blame him. He has a really magnificent KD and always looking to improve it, which is sort of understandable, especially when the scoreline is so dominant. And again, he's just pushing up all the way to the spawn while his teammates is left to deal with the rest of the 4 players of Chalo Sahi. SR deals with one of them, but 3 more to go as Ilu alongside Abdur up again in a 2 versus 3. The nade is going to deal a little bit of damage onto Nomi and
One enemy
the
remaining.
Omen for Chalo Sahi, but Abdur ends up falling. It's now all down to Trans with the Sheriff in his hand. Does get one, is going to be able to retrieve a Vandal to work with, but both of the players are separated apart for Chalo Sahi, so they're probably going to try to play on time for this one, and Nomi plays gets the timing absolutely right as he can't as he gets Trans while he was reloading.
I don't think he was aware that he only had 4 bullets to work with. He was just
Yeah.
randomly shooting everywhere, and then he got shot down while he was reloading. But I think, like you said, that just pushing into the base of the enemy while your team is still taking the duels, that is not always a good idea, and that is costing them a lot. They really need to play as defenders while pushing has worked for them on the attacking side, but they do need to hold their fort. They do need to hold those angles and have that side control so that they can work together and deal with the attackers pushing in. But I think that's what they're trying to do right now, because I can see Trans just hiding in the corner towards the A side. B side, whereas is open for business, but I think Raze has just realized that they need to go there and handle the situation. But no, they're once again rotating towards A. But attackers have not decided what they want to do right now. They're just waiting for the defenders to make a move, make a mistake, so they can capitalize on it. Gamers is expecting a push, which I think Trans has been doing for the couple of rounds, but there's nothing on B right now. But Sky is trying to make a bold move. It will cost him a lot if he sets a step forward, but if he takes one more step right now.
Or he can get a lot. Never mind, it is going to cost him his life. And this time, the one round, Trans isn't playing over towards B and pushing out to get the one kill. That's exactly when Chalo Sahi head out for the B side. And the target was correct. Gamer finds the second frag, make it 3, leaving once again Trans up against
Oh my
forward.
god.
Again, just the free kill. He has to take that every single round, I guess, at this point.
Oh. The diff though, that is
Yeah,
the
the
kill.
KG
I don't
diff.
know if it qualifies for a diff or not, but I don't
It
know.
has to. It has to. He's killing the other KJ every single round. That counts as a death.
Yeah, I mean, he had a weapon. He could probably try to save it, or I don't know, pick up a battle. But yeah, I think Gamer is looking really good right now. We saw a glimpse of his good aim in the beginning of the game. He has the aim, but he just needed that confidence. He needed a few rounds on the scoreboard to know that, okay, I could try. This game is worth trying. And he has that confidence right now, and we can see it in his aim. And that is very dangerous for VRN, because aim is all they have right now. Right now, VRN just trying to push in, try to get the first kill, but no, Trans will be taken down by Breach.
Trans got a little overconfident there. It seemed like him and Handal were supposed to push together, but as soon as the flash came in from the side of Chalo Sahi, Trans went ahead with the push, but Handal backed off. Up there, tried to get a bit sneaky, but wasn't able to find anything as Xanar had the perfect read. Now leaving two players for VRN up against four. It's going to be Hidal and SR holding down the A side all by themselves. The read is correct. The spike is present over towards the A side, but Chelsea, they're taking their sweet time with this one. They realize they have the man advantage to work with, and they have all the utility that they possibly could have wanted. Yeah, straight they head in, and actually they spotted both of the players out, so they're going to play this one rather safe, not take any risk whatsoever. And as the Omen ults out, the plant comes in towards the B side, and now Hadan is the last one alive, and he's barely surviving with almost 20 HP to work with.
Yeah, and I don't think there is not much he can do right now. He should be taken down by Nomi Place right here. His HP is also pretty low, but no, the timing could be insane over here. Nomi should be able to get at least one kill, but the zip line, shooting from the zip line can be incredibly difficult, and that will be the 7th round on the board for Team Chalo Sahi.
VRN, it seems like they're starting to struggle here. They were off to a hot start, and Chalo Sahi, it seemed like they were on the back foot, but as soon as the sides have shifted, VRN did manage to secure the pistol run, but after that, it has been completely disastrous for them.
Yeah, and also quick decision making coming in from Chalo Sahi as well. How quickly they decided that Omen should just get the spike and plant towards the B. That was also pretty great. They did not wait a second. So we can also see that their communication and coordination is also coming together. And Abdur, once again, the mid maestro, trying to gather more information towards the mid side. With the smoke is right there. And I think the attackers, Chalo Sahi, are also being pretty smart. They're not pushing in. They're not making any quick decisions. They're just waiting for the waiting for VRN to make mistakes. They're basing their decisions off of the mistakes of VRN, which has worked out for them. Right now, they're going with the same strategy, just playing it slow until or unless someone from VRN pushes in. Also driving out the utility as well. That is also pretty incredible. They know that SR is waiting for them, and that nade should deal a lot of damage. SR will dodge it. There's only Killjoy towards A side, but there's a lot of utility over there that should pause them if they dare try to set foot in A side. Seekers will also come into the play. This will provide them a lot of information that mid is indeed not empty. Abdul is being impatient here, and he will get punished for it.
Well, we are in once again on the back foot here, but this time around they're stacked all the way over towards the B side, over towards the A side, excuse me, and the swarm grenade doing a lot of damage. The breach tag down to 30, but he still managed to get a kill. The race against the clock is on as Trans takes Pickle out. The turret delivers as well, and with only 5 seconds to go, the spike finally being hopped on. Nomi gets the spike down, but he too shall fall, and SR a 1v2 clutch to finally give VRN their 11th round. They were sort of on a bad run here. They were lost about 4 rounds consecutively, but just when things were about to look too bad for them, and it seemed like Chelsea were about to gain a good momentum, they shut it down. This was a very close round. To some extent, I believe it was Chelsea's fault. They took a good amount of time with them. Although they had found the first blood, they should have been a bit more quicker. And afterwards, Trans just finding those 2 kills, courtesy of his turret as well in there. The clock just made things so much worse for Chelsea.
Yeah, I think they overcooked their strategy. They thought too much about it, and it does not always work to, wait for the enemy team to set your pace, which cost them a lot. That was a crucial round, but again, Gamer X rises up to the occasion, tries to get 1 kill for his teammate, but will not be able to double down on that as Hadal trades his teammate off, and Hadal is feeling pretty confident. I think he's weighing in whether he should push in or not. And Pickle is just waiting for Hadal to make that mistake. It's just a bit of a standoff right now over here. No one is willing to take that first step, but Pickle
The risk
will
comes
try to
in.
pick Hadal off on the back of a flash, but he will get
Paranoia.
flashed off instead, and Hadal will double down on that, taking 2 players down. Gamers will trade off his teammate once again, but hiding in the smoke is SR. He will avenge his teammate, get 1 kill, but will be traded off by Nomi Plays.
The 1v1 now. The lockdown is available for Trons to work with. But he's trying to play off of his timing. I'm not sure if Nomi did spot him out, but Trons, he knows exactly where Nomi is. And the animation time is just what doesn't go in the favor of Nomi. And it's yet again Trons, the clutch man himself for VRN, as he puts the map point on for VRN. Ooh,
I
this
mean,
was
just when Chalo Sahi had some hope that they could probably bounce back into the game and win this one, France just snatches right off from their hands.
this was an absolutely beautiful round of team play from the side of VRN. Hadal was holding down the B main area, and they knew that Chalo Sahi were anticipating Hadal to be there, especially after he got the kill on Gamer X. So the Omen rotated down from tower. He just completely gambled about leaving mid alone, but and used the paranoia to make sure that Hadal puts himself in a favorable position to take the fight. Hadal delivers with 2 kills of his own. SR plays a bit unorthodox, pushing into the smoke, and after that, they just relied on Trons to get the final 1v1.
Trans is holding a very cheeky angle over here, and he will get rewarded for it or punished for it. Will be taken down by Nomi Place. It's a 3v4 situation. Spike will go down. But Abdur just wrapping it up from the back will get 1 kill against Breach, but Pickle will trade him off. They have a lot of map control, and the defenders, they're still outside of the bomb point B, but SR will TP right into the side, but the wall will block his view. Another TP coming into the play, very risky one, very dangerous one, and he will get punished by Gamer X. It's just 1 player against the 3, and this round will go in the favor of Chalo Sahi. It's not over just yet.
Oh yeah, it isn't. And it's still very much a scoreline where Chalo Sahi can come back from. They're going to take a timeout. And honestly, Chalo Sahi, they do have the potential to make a comeback here. They just need to make sure that they collect these rounds one by one. They don't think of the scoreline as a whole. They just focus on the round that's right in front of them, going on and just win that. Because 4 times they do that successfully, they're going to push this to an overtime, and the likelihood of them winning in overtime, I'd say, is pretty good, because they'll certainly have the momentum in their favor at that point. They'll have the mental game in their favor, and maybe, just maybe, ABD comes back. Oh, ABD is back! Welcome back!
Oh, let's go. Oh, this could be fun. This could be fun because Chalo Sahi has just won the round. They are feeling confident. They know that they have the potential to win. They're just missing one piece of the puzzle, and that puzzle could be ABD. But again, looking at the scoreboard of Team VRN, they are going to be up against Trans, who's looking really good today with 32 kills, and Hadal on 19. Abdur and S are already contributing pretty generously to their wins. But again, they have a one whole player, one extra player, and that player is Killjoy, which, like you said, can be game changing on a map like Split. So it'll be interesting to see how VRN will handle their one-man disadvantage at this point of the game, where they have almost basically won this one.
Yeah, and their economy isn't looking too great either. 3 of the players over towards the B side, over towards middle, they're all working with Sheriff, so it's going to be a tall order for them to at least take this round away.
Oh,
But nice shot from SR. They're going to be able to retrieve a rifle behind it. Trons, on the other hand, delivers with 1 kill of his own, but eventually does get traded out. Knows a resurrect available, so it is going to be a 3-on-3 storyline here. Make that a 2-on-3 as Nomi continues to take frags away. He delivers again. That's 3 to his name. Looking for the 4th, but the timing doesn't go exactly his way. Hadal out with the Seekers, up against 2, drops down. But has been stopped out, pushes in from the elbow. Oh, he got the timing right, but couldn't connect. And Chalo Sahi is still alive in this map.
it got a little dicey over there. Like, if there was no ultimate, I think he would have been able to get that kill. But there was so much clutter on the screen that even I was like, if it's a, I don't know, collateral, if he's gonna completely whiff that shot. But he whiffed that shot. But that was a close call. I was almost like that. It does not matter if Chalo Sahi has a 5th pair or not, because VRN looked really good in the beginning of the round. Trans just got that first kill, and then SR was looking really good. He was just crowding the enemies in the tunnels. But Chalo Sahi just turned the tables right off.
Plays. He has been playing Steam, and once again VRN pushing out towards middle with no hesitation whatsoever. The flash from Hadal is going to give away give away an idea about what the presence of VRN is looking like. The B side, the A side completely given up. They're going to rather play a 4v5 retake and lose any of their lives because they do have the lockdown available to work with. So VRN, they're just going to wait for Ronaldo to catch up to the rest of his team, and as soon as they're ready, the lockdown gets invested, and the players of Chalo Sahi are going to be forced to take some fights. But never mind, the lockdown has been destroyed, and this is not looking good for VRN.
This could be a very difficult retake for VRN because all 5 attackers are alive and their ultimate has already been destroyed. But no, Hadal and Abdul have already taken 2 players down. Gamer will play his teammates. Reach will also double down and take the 3rd one as well. And Pickle rises up to the occasion, wraps up the round. 10th on the scoreboard for Chalo Sahi. I could tell that retake was not going to be easy because you are just 4 players against the 5 attackers, and they're all on the side and you're all outside. So it was definitely not going to be easy. But it's a very dicey situation. They only need 1 round and Chalo Sahi is just not giving it up.
Yeah, well, they do want to win the map, of course. This is VRN's map pick, so if they end up closing this one out, it's going to be really good for them. Even if VRN do get their 5th in the next one, that one is Chalo Sahi's map pick, so they're going to feel extremely confident heading into that one with the map on their back. Gamer X with the perfect spray out towards the back of the site to take Franz out, a crucial player of VRN. And now the lockdown going to make things even more difficult for VRN to work with, as they're going to be forced to give up the B site or take some initial fights over from the back of the site. And the aftershock going to force SR to peek out. He gets 1 before getting traded out. Now a 2 versus 4. Make that 1 versus 3. Out with the showstopper, but won't be able to find anything. Hadal spotted out as well with the flank from behind. The paranoia by the Omen connects, and Pickle will pick Hadal out.
Well, I don't think they had good weapons to work with, but still, I think Abdur also wasted his ultimate, and that was kind of a bummer because they could really use the ultimates right now. But now they have the weapons. Hadal has pulled out the big gun. This could be insane because it seems like the Chalo Sahi will try to push towards the A side, and if they do, Hadal should be able to do some damage and maybe bring this game closer, because this is the only round that Team BHAA has. If they lose, it's going to get to an OT. But Hadal has also opened the game with the first kill with the operator. Still, Chalo Sahi has gained side control.
And courtesy of the Resurrectant, they have a 2 life advantage to work with as well. This is not looking very pretty for VRN, but still, we've talked about the clutch factor that VRN holds, and Hadal, he might just be the one that delivers this time around. Got the first frag in the post-spawn scenario up against 4. All 4 remaining players of Chalo Sahi are stacked up all towards the back side. Any damaging utility could have been crucial, but they don't have anything working with, except maybe some storm grenades. But it's Trans up against 4, gets 2, won't be able to find anything else, and we're heading to overtime. Chalo Sahi with a massive comeback.
They definitely did need that just one piece of puzzle, because Chalo Sahi are back in the game, and even Trans's clutch skills are not coming in handy. But it's a reset in my opinion, and VRN looked pretty good in the beginning of the game and they were lacking 1 player. They were still able to win those rounds. So I think it's still going to be a fair competition considering how VRN is looking today. All of the players are looking really good with their aims.
Yeah, well, sadly,
That was kind of unfortunate because, you know, Trans has clutched so many rounds, but this was the one that mattered, and when it mattered, he couldn't just rise up to the occasion and do it for his teammates. But it's going to be an OT, first OT today, and we'll have to see how Chalo Sahi shows up.
yeah, that conundrum was a bit too difficult to solve for Trans all on his own. Now, back to offense we go for VRN. Gamer X finds 2 massive kills and it seems like we are in this time around they have no answer whatsoever to what Chalo Sahi is playing, and this is exactly what I was talking about early on in the first half. That Chalo Sahi, they need to realize that they have a man advantage to work with. They need to take map control behind it, and this is exactly what GamerX has done. They coupled up with the breach flash, and behind it they pushed out. Is Hadal? Never mind, he's playing the game, but we'll only find one. Back down quite a lot, but the paranoia connects, and GamerX finds his fourth. Technically an ace for him in this one.
I mean, that spike control was everything that mattered in the beginning of the round, because when you have the spike control, you don't really have to do anything. You just need to hold that post. But they were still, activating their ultimate and pushing towards the attackers and getting those kills. Chalo Sahi are definitely looking way more confident that they did in the beginning of the game, and I think that is exactly what's going to pay off as attackers, because as attackers, all you need is that aggression to push into the side, because they seem to have the gun power. Finally, they have the firepower in Gamer X, but Gamer X is the one who will be taken down by Abdur. He's holding a really crucial angle with the big gun, and that is what will push Chalo Sahi back towards the B side. But Killjoy is waiting for them over there, and Killjoy is extremely overpowered on B side with her turret and her nano swarms.
Yeah,
It's
Chalo
really
Sahi.
important that they get that mid control, but duel is already taking place on towards the B side. Trans just trying to wait for his teammates so they can rotate towards B.
BRN, they recognize the movement that Chalo Sahi have made, and Hadal being walled off gonna allow Chalo Sahi to push in over towards heaven, but the nano swarm gonna force them back at least for a little while. Trans has been tagged down quite a lot, but it's not gonna stop him from getting a couple of getting a frag. Eventually does get traded out, but the man advantage in favor of BRN. It's all tied up now as Xanar with the equalizer, and we're going to a second overtime as Hadal and us are coming as the cleanup crew. 13-13, overtime number 2. We are in back to the offense.
Yeah, I think VRN is probably going to just stick with their just push into the side and get those kills strategy, because holding it was not working out for them. As long as they were pushing in both as attackers and defenders, things were okay for them. So yeah, they do really need to show up in the typical VR and FPS way, where you just push and relying on your aim. No nonsense strategy. And Abdur is doing exactly that, just pushing in on the back of his satchel, trying to get more information with his boombot from the mid area. He has a lot of tower control right now. This could be huge for his teammates.
Absolutely.
He knows that there's one player towards the screen. Will he be able to get that kill or not? He has dealt a lot of damage. It's better if Omen just pushes back.
Oh, AVD gets one. GamerX couples down, and he finds one more to his name as well. And once again, VRN, they just can't seem to get the attack rounds again. And GamerX is going to put the final dagger in for the flawless 14th round. Chalo Sahi yet again with the advantage. VRN, they're gonna have to provide another one to push for the third overtime, but it seems like Chalo Sahi, they're feeling confident right here. They were off to a great start on this map. The second half, though, it did start slow for them, and it's ended up costing them potentially the map. But we're gonna have to wait and find out how this round plays out.
Chalo Sahi have split up a little bit, and I think they are going to put more pressure on the mid side, which always work. Mid is really important. That is exactly what they're trying to do, gaining more information. And BRN has also been alert that there is movement towards the mid area. Abdul is all prepared to deal damage, but Sage's wall will push him back. Omen's smoke will also come into the play. They have the tower control. They should be able to get into the side, but Sky has already rotated all the way towards B, and SR is also holding a really crucial angle right there. During the movement, GamerX will not be able to get that kill, and SR will double down and get the second one as well.
Ooh, this is
And
good.
all
SR
dropped
finds
off
the
the kill.
third, leaving ABD all on his own up against 4 and VRN. It just seems like they have Chalo Sahi's number on defense. Sadly, they didn't get it earlier on when they were playing the defensive side in regulation, because the scoreline could have been very much different. The map could have been ended by now if they understood Chalo Sahi's game plan early on. But Still, it's never too late to win the map. ABD up against 3. SR confirms his 4th kill, and we're heading to a 3rd overtime.
This is already getting really spicy. Like, who would have expected that VRN would bring it to the third overtime with a man advantage? I mean, I don't know whether to praise them or to just question it that how did they bring it to this point? They were almost winning without having their one man. But things have changed a lot. Even though ABD is not getting a lot of kills, but he's contributing a lot with his utility, with his turret and nano swarms, which just proves that kills are not all that. You just need to be there. You just need to be present, and that is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and the guy was AFK for quite a long time, so he didn't exactly have as many opportunities to find those kills as well. But what matters now is that he delivers for his team right here, right now, as he's getting pushed. And sadly, though, he won't be able to convert the utility into a kill, as 2 kills go to VRN, and this is trying to look not so great for Chalo Sahi. The flash gonna allow Nomi to push out a little bit, but behind the smoke they have to hold back. They're not sure if anyone's even playing close by, but the Nanoswarm further delaying their push. Hadal is trying to connect up alongside Trans as they push out. Trans finds 2 more, and Hadal finds the final one, giving VRN the one crucial attack round that they've needed so far. Now they just need to secure the defensive round, which they have been doing so from time to time and overtime at the very least.
Yeah, I think this could be the round for VRN because, like you said, they have been finding it really easy to win rounds on the defense. It was attack where they were struggling, but they finally overcame that weakness. And this could be the round where VRN could potentially wrap up this game. But gamer Chalo Sahi have worked really hard to bring this game to this score line, and they will not give up that easily. And I think they have once again split up between A and B, just trying to get more information. Abdur, he's feeling really confident and he has the operator. Gamer X is probably not aware of that. It would cost him a lot if he just gets into his crosshair, but now he knows that Abdur is there.
Oh, Gamer X spotted out as well, forced to back off. Can give away lives uselessly. They are at a round disadvantage, and even losing one more round at this point could take the map away from them.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
ABD just barely survives that one. Now he's not going to take his life for granted at the very least in this one. I'm going to play this rather safe as 4 of the players for Chalo Sahi were stacked up, but now it seems like they're going to move back a little, move up towards mid. Hadal, though, going to look for some information as he peeks out from ramps over towards A main. Doesn't spot anyone at all. The flash going to further confirm his doubts, and the call for rotation is coming in. Hadal moving back. But once again, Chalo Sahi, are they going back to A?
I'm
There's-
getting a bit of a deja vu because this has happened. They overcook
Yeah.
their strategy, they wait too much, they waste too much time, and they just hassle into the side and eventually lose the round because there's not much you can do when there's only 20 seconds left on the clock and you have to plant the spike, fight with the defenders as well. And that is exactly what is happening. They overthought their strategy a bit too much, and now they're running over the nano swarm, and they will have to deal with enemies as well. Trans is right there, and he will take Nomi plays down, who was already tenderized from the nano swarm. There is no way they can get the spike down. 1 kill, 2 kill, and Trans is looking for the third one as well, but Gamer X will deny him that third kill. Will take Abdur down as well, but that is not enough to win this round because Hadal has wrapped up the game in favor of VRN. That is the first map for Team VRN, and that was what a match! What a match!
Oh,
it was
what a match.
spicy. I think we were talking behind the scene that we want to see something spicy. We want to see some real competition, and VRN and Chalo Sahi gave us exactly that. I think we watched 4 overtimes. I'm not sure. I missed the count.
Yeah, I think there were 3 or 4 overtimes involved, but the match surely was confusing and very entertaining. You can see my hair's a mess at this point because I was quite literally scratching my hair about what's going on. Initially, when we're down 4 versus 5, they seemed to dominate the game. Afterwards, when ABD got disconnected, it seemed like Chalo Sahi, they started to find their rhythm as well. And as soon as the house shifted, Chalo Sahi, they were certainly starting to dominate the game as well. They gained momentum and pushed us to an overtime, making a 5-round comeback. And after that, it was just a back and forth between both of these teams. And as soon as VRN found the first attack round in overtime, the game came to a conclusion.
I'll be honest with you. When they took that took that timeout on the ninth round, I was like, "What are they taking the timeout for? They don't have the one player. They have almost lost the game." But what a roller coaster it has been. They just needed that one piece of the player, one player. And like you said, that he did not have a lot of opportunities to get the kills. But still, he did not contribute that much in the firepower department. But it is incredible how powerful and useful Killjoy can be when used correctly, and that is exactly what happened. And I think I need a bit of a breather from watching this match, so we can come back and look at the scoreboard with a new energy. And you guys should take a break as well, and we'll see you right after.
I need to fix my hair.
To make this all possible for me, my friends at Zah Computers hooked me up with all kinds of monitors. Ultra high-res 4K monitors, gaming monitors, ultra-wide monitors, you name it, they sent it over. So once you're done watching this video, click on the link in the description, hook yourself up with a brand new monitor. These guys provide great service and are super professional. I myself purchased 2 monitors. The one behind me is an ultra-wide 38-inch monitor that I got for myself. It's pretty color accurate. I do most of my work on it. There's another 4K that I bought and I'm very happy with the service. So go check them out.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Revival, uh, powered by Zah Computer, RB Tech, Game Point, and Coin Mooner. Me and Jazib, we are both excited and tired from watching the last game. It was really exciting, and but still, how do you feel about the last game, Jazib? We had both counted out, kinda, not you, but me. I had counted out VRN because they didn't have one player, but you had faith in them, huh?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Of course, they are one of the most experienced teams that we have in the tournament, considering their background in Counter Strike as well. So, like, of course, I have had to have expectations from them, even though they were with a man at a disadvantage for the most part. For a certain period of time, ABD did disconnect for Chalo Sahi, so that was unfortunate. But that did seem like the period where Chalo Sahi found their rhythm. So maybe it was after all in their benefit, but still they ended up losing the map. VRN clinched when it mattered the most, and the individual plays, especially from VRN through and through, where the clutch factors, the 4Ks, 3Ks from every single player, it really just showcased how good these players are and how good their communication is with each other.
Yeah, and it's incredible to think about it that you can win a game at a pro level with just 4 players. But I think this is something that only VRN can pull off. And I honestly wouldn't hold back. I think the credit goes to Trans and Hadal here. They were looking really good. Their aims were looking really good. And like you said, that clutch potential from Trans was incredible. He clutched out some rounds that were really close and that were really crucial for this win that VRN has bagged. But I think we have the scoreboard ready to look at exactly what Trans and his teammates had done in this matchup. I think the last I checked, he had 32 kills. I'm not sure, but he probably crossed the 30 bomb, which is incredible, which is insane to even think about.
Yeah, well, it definitely is crazy, and especially because of the fact that when the map started off, it was Trans that clutched up the first 2 rounds for VRN to secure it. Behind that, they started to gain momentum, went up 6-1, and that's when ABD disconnected. Being up from 9-3 in the first half and still going to overtime, I think we have to give props to Chalo Sahi as well, because they made a massive comeback from 9-3. They lost the pistol as well and still managed to make a comeback. The scoreline could have been absolutely devastating for them after losing the pistol, especially. It could have been 11-3.
Yeah,
And
and we really cannot count out how Abdur played that mid with Raze. His boom board, I think, was a real magician, especially when it comes to mid plays on attack. I think there was a bit of a tiff going on between Nomi plays and Abdur, because both of them were always at the mid area and both of them were already facing off each other. But I think we really need to give him credit how he handled that mid area, because on split it can be really difficult, both as defenders and attackers, to break into mid and to hold off the enemies at mid. So he deserves the credit here as well.
we have to give credit to Trans as well. The man has had 42 kills, although quite a few of them were the FP kills. Uh, he still did get most of them in probable 1-1-1 duels. And we're gonna move on to the agent select here. Still, sadly, 4 versus 5 for VRN. And it seems like there's nothing out of the ordinary yet. Again, most of the all of these players going with their comfort picks, but ooh, VRN, they were hovering over 2 sentinels, right? VRN hovering over 2 sentinels, and they only have 4 players available. I'm not sure what sort of a setup they want to go for.
Yeah, like I said in the last game, that they are not really changing their strategies just because they're lacking one man. They're still sticking to. I think it's a great thing. They're still respecting the game. They're not just casually running around that. Okay, we don't have one player. Let's just shoot and all that. They're still sticking their strategies. They're still sticking to their agent picks, and we are seeing Sova, Viper, Killjoy, and Jet on the side of VRN, whereas the other side have also gone with their own picks. But I am personally really excited to see Hadal on that Jet, because I saw him last game. He was incredible on his Sky. His aim is really looking good. I can only imagine how incredible this guy is on when he actually has a headshot machine in his hand, that is Jet.
Yeah, well, we're not going to find out in this map particularly, but it's going to be an interesting one as well, because Chalo Sahi, they pushed this map, the previous map, to an overtime, even though they were up 5 versus 4. It's sort of a disadvantage still. It doesn't really look as good, but considering how the scoreline looked at the end of the first half, it's still extremely good that they made the comeback that they did. So now it's their map pick. It's their home field. So I'm expecting bigger things from them. I'm expecting a map 3 as well, potentially.
Yeah, I'm also expecting a map 3, and I think all of us should because how close the last game was, despite again one man disadvantage. I think this is also going to be a close one because I have seen VR and play on Icebox. They are incredible. They know what they are doing and they stick to their aggressive strategy. So I think this is exactly what we are going to see in the next game as well. But yeah, we have the match ready. Icebox, the iconic map. Jazip's favorite and mine as well. I am excited. Both sides have Viper. I'm excited to learn some stuff today.
Nah. Usually it's you that teaches people the lineups, but okay, we're gonna see how the playstyles work out and maybe learn that from both of these teams a little bit. Still though, still we are in at a man advantage, a man disadvantage for we are in to work with. And Chalo Sahi, ABD hasn't disconnected, so they're still in the good. It seems like they're gonna go for a rather aggressive take, as all of them are stacked over towards the B side. But oh, never mind, they've changed their minds, and we have paused the game here. Okay, we're live, back on.
We are back on, and I think the attackers are testing water towards the B side. Sova's dart coming into the play, trying to gather some information so they can plan their next move. And Sova once again pulling out the drone, clearing out the close choke points, which is very crucial because these choke points can be the death of you. And they know that their path is clear to break into the side, but Abdur has just made his way towards yellow. They should not be expecting him because this angle was clear just a few seconds ago, but it will be smart to do so. He has a sheriff equipped, which can be pretty deadly. They have changed their plan after using some utility towards the B side. It has also helped them push Sova towards the B as well, which means mid is clear and it's open for taking. But if Jet just takes a few more steps towards the mid, he should be able to have a
The
huge
alarm
position
bomb
advantage.
to SR spots a couple of players out, but ends up falling into the hands of Xanar. Hadal, the perfect timing onto the flank, he tagged up with Transit, and Abdur follows up with two of his own, and it's already fallen apart. Hadal finds the final kill onto ABD as well, and we are in. It's just like it just seems like they have a tendency of losing the first player and then ends up completely ripping Chalasai apart on the map.
I mean, I like how they just don't give up. Like, nothing breaks their morale. They would lose their few players and they would still not give up. They still show up. And I think all the credit goes to their aim. They're just so good with their pistols. They're so good with their sheriffs. Typically, when someone buys sheriff in the first round, I personally I don't like that. I'm like, why are you investing so much money on the first round? But when it's trans, when it's Hadal, I don't think I would mind that. And that is also a bit of a morale breaker for team Chalo Sahi because they had a massive advantage going in. They had the first kills, but yeah, they refuse them side take, they refuse them the spike plant. Their economy has broken as well. Whereas team VRN are still sticking with their pistols, which is good for their bank.
The timer has been
A
paused
bit of
out.
the connection issues coming in for
Yeah.
both sides. Um, VRN has just made peace with it. They're like, we're fine with 4 players.
I mean, they did win the previous one, and they end up winning the pistol round here as well. So they're definitely feeling good, and especially if you win a map while you're down 4v5, that's a bit of an extra ego booster as well. Let's just hope that they don't get overconfident with it and still keep their cool while playing. Otherwise, it could turn out to be extremely badly. It could turn out extremely bad for them. But uh, Joe say they're not going to force into this one. They couldn't get the plan down either, sadly. But we are in the changed up their roles a little bit, so I'm excited to see how this one plays out. Hadal, he's out on the jet. It's Trans playing the initiator instead this time around, while SR uh, is playing Cage instead of Trans. So they've shifted the roles a bit. I'm not sure how this dynamic is going to play out, but hopefully it works in favor of VRN.
If anything, they have picked up the right agents. Kursova is extremely crucial on this map. Viper, like I said, she's the signature. You need to have that Viper on your squad. And I think all the players on VR and are really good at Killjoy. I personally am a fan of Killjoy's lockdown because it's like you can take the side as well if you have the lockdown ready, and you can also push the attackers back. So it comes in really handy. Both sides have the killjoy on their squads, but it remains to be seen that who is the better one at that killjoy. Right now Hadal is feeling really confident, showing some aggression towards the A side. Abdur is already also weighing out his option whether he should push in or not, and he will decide to do the latter. But he does not know there are multiple players on his right side. Will he be able to get even one kill? He will not be able to get even one kill. Nomi players will take him down, and they have a lot of control right now towards green, but they will not double down on that, just deciding to push back. They're really just making some movement towards the A, but Hadal is holding a very cringe close angle, and he will be able to get one kill using that angle. Will smartly decide to go back into the side because that is enough. They have already dealt a lot of damage. Two of the players on the side of Chalo Sahi are extremely low.
Well, we are in once again keeping up with the tradition of losing their first player and answering back with a good amount of damage. This time around, though, tradition isn't exactly going in their favor. They've lost the second player in the form of SR, but they have tacked down two players of Chalo Sahi by quite a lot. The SOA going to get healed back. But Trans, he just does not miss when he has the sheriff in his hand. Hadal playing up close and personal. Spotted a couple of players out, but they know that Hadal's present as well. Ooh, manages to take Pickle out, dashes
my
away, and the tag team play from Trans and Hadal is just working out perfectly. It seems they're keeping the tradition alive of losing the first player and still managing to win the round as Xanar is up against two, manages to just find the one, but Trans again with the sheriff delivers the final kill.
I mean, that is some highlight-worthy play, honestly. The way Trans was protecting his teammates while they were picking up duels, that is incredible, because you cannot pull off 4v5 without the support of your teammates. And they're looking really good with the pistols as well, but finally they have enough money to invest on some good arsenal, and they are going to stick with Spectres and Vandals. Chalo Sahi, it seems like, are playing more towards the A side, showing a lot of aggression early on in the round. They are not holding back this time. They are not walking. They have left their shift keys and just barging in, but they are all spotted. Full rotations coming in from the B side as well. Sova's drone will reveal the enemy, but Trans will be able to get that kill from a very predictable angle with the help of Hadal. They have already taken out 3 enemies. Only 2 of the attackers alive, and Trans will also take stage down as well. It's just Killjoy against the 4 enemies, and he will be punished as well by SR. That was a quick round, even though the economy was good on both sides.
Yeah, it seems like the same storyline is once again being built up as we saw in the last map. VRN feeling extremely confident earlier on. They have managed to secure the first 3 rounds, which sort of do set the tone of the map, because you win the pistol, you get basically 2 rounds off of it, and the third one is where the other team gets rifles to work with, and you're generally on the weaker arsenal. Of course, you're playing on bonus most of the time, but this time around they convert that as well. So Chalo Sahi now once again on the back foot in terms of economy and weaponry. All spotted out.
Chalo Sahi have really weak weapons. They don't have a really good economy right now, but Nomi players will still capitalize on his sheriff and get 1 kill against Hadal. He has taken their star shooter down. This could be bad for VRN, but they don't have a lot of good weapons to work with still. A lot of crowd towards the green side. Sova will try to deal some damage with his dart. They're pushing back once again. Just testing waters on one side and then moving towards the another. That's the signature strategy that we have seen from Chalo Sahi so far. And it hasn't worked out yet, but they also don't have the weapons. So Trans is holding a very crucial angle and will get one tap against Nomi players. Abdur doubling down on that, and Trans will do a wall through and get a kill against Gamer's X as well. Just Killjoy against the 3 of them alive and will be taken down. Fourth round on the scoreboard for Team BHAA. Things are not looking really good for Chalo Sahi, but at least they will have the economy to invest on some weapons this time on, and this could be the round that proves whether they're actually in this game or not.
We need to start stacking up rounds earlier on, because if we learn anything at all from the last map, is that you don't want to give VRN the cushion of a higher deficit, of course, because even if they start to slack up a little bit in the second one, they can rely on going towards overtimes, because of course they're playing 4 versus 5. They get a bit overconfident, they start to lose rounds, which is a bit understandable. But this time around VRN, they've probably learned from the experience, and they'll keep themselves in check if things do go in similar fashion. But well, They lose their first player yet again. The ultimate out from the side of from the side of Trans SR's Nanoswarm grants him a kill. Now a 3 versus 4 for the post round. Xanar tag down to 70 HP. The shock dart doesn't exactly connect, but Nadal forced back down because his shot. Xanar pushing up, but goes, but 2 kills go the way of VRN. Nomi plays, does get the trade. And Hai has some help coming in from the backside as well. The Owl Drone only going to spot out one as Trans has no idea he's being snuck up on, and ABD gets a free kill to find the first round for Chalo Sahi.
I think that was technically the first round at all for Chalo Sahi. They finally had the good weapons to prove that they're still in the game. They're still trying to compete and win. And they saw that they showed that they have the potential. That was a great side take. Good spike plan coming into the play as well. But yeah, we are still feeling themselves. Hadal also has the operator. And we have seen how dangerous Hadal can be on the operator as well. And 12 kills for France. That is also incredible.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Once again, a very close round. If only Viren can figure out how not to give away first bloods, they can potentially have rather easier rounds going their way as well. But it seems like they've just sort of made this a norm at this point. To win rounds, you have to lose the first one, and to lose rounds, of course, you have to lose all of them. But this time around, we're gonna have to wait and find out how this plays. Again, a bit of aggression being shown by VRN earlier on. Hadal out with the op, wanted to take some initial engagement, so the wall is going to deny that out. The swarm grenade further forcing him to back off a little bit. Did get tagged down a little, but he still has all of his teammates alive. ABD going to go for a potential flank yet again as he roams around over towards middle. But the Cloudburst gonna allow Hadal to push up a little bit, but Nomi punishes that out. Up there, hopping onto the defuse, but won't be able to get anything done whatsoever as only 2 players remain. Make that 1 SR up against 5 and won't be able to find anything whatsoever.
Yeah, this game is not going to be easy for VRN because Chalo Sahi has the Viper who knows the lineup. So that can't be easy. They have the recipe for a disaster on B side. They have the Sage because if Sage plants her wall just the correct way, there is no way you can stop that spike from being planted. And that is exactly what has been happening in the past 2 rounds. They plant that Sage wall, they get the spike plant, and now they also have Viper's utility. So they have everything they need to plant the spike and for the post plant as well. So it can be really difficult for VRN. They need to, I think, play aggressively and just refuse the plant at all. And that is exactly what Hadal is doing. He has it Dread Storms out and he's just running around. But I think they can hear them, but he'll still be able to get the first kill. Will he be able to get the second one or not? But no, Pickle will refuse him another kill. But at least they have a lot of information now. Viper is rotating towards the B side as well. Sova's ult will come into the play, dealing a very small amount of damage, not much.
The Resurrect coming in to the mix as well as Chalo Sahi now up 5 versus 3 in this one. They are playing this rather in a default format, trying to pick out any kill whatsoever because now VRN they are scattered across. They have no one helping each other out. They're going to try to find some one-on-one duels to maybe put them in a favorable position, but it seems like Chalo Sahi have no intention of doing that whatsoever as 3 of them pushing in over towards the B side, but the remaining 2 players of VRN, they're stacked over towards A. And Abdur, although he has managed to find one, the ult goes out, but the timing is just unfortunate as GamerX picks him off right as Abdur's hands were out to deploy poison. But GamerX spotted out, managed to stay alive, heals himself back up, and just tucks into the corner while his teammates try to deal the damage, but ABD gets denied any.
Yeah, but it's still pretty doable for VR, and it's a 2v3 situation. And like you said, they're really good at turning things around in their favor, and that is exactly what SR is doing. He got his second kill, but will be refused the third one by Zaynar. It's just Sova again, alone against the 2 enemies, and the wall will not help him defuse that spike. Zen rises up to the occasion, takes down Trans. He will not be able to clutch this one out, and that will be the third round on the board for Chalo Sahi. They are coming really close to the balancer, and if they do balance that, I don't know how things will be for VRN because they don't have one player, and Icebox is a different story. If you're an attack on Icebox, I think they already have an advantage.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Well, And I think if you're Varane, you're probably hoping you can secure as many rounds as possible on defense because Chalo Sahi, they tend to be rather slow. They haven't had as many total all-out aggressive plays, so that you sort of get the chance to maybe pick out one or two kills by getting a bit aggressive yourself, and that is exactly what they've done. Hadal, he pushes out over towards A, managed to pick ABD off, and now they're all tied up 4-4 in terms of manpower, and behind this VRN can convert rounds.
Once again, Sage's wall coming into the mix, and they will
Oh,
not be
banana
able to plant the
farm.
spike this time on because they have had a read, and Killjoy's nano farm was already there, which will refuse them the spike plant. That is a huge step back for Team Chalo Sahi, and they are stuck towards the green and yellow.
The flank.
All the VR and team members have rotated towards the B side as well. It should force them to push back and consider some other strategy, but it's going to be really difficult to rotate as well because Hadal has already wrapped up towards green and will take a kill against Nomi Plays. They're in a really bad spot right now, and Abdur pops in with the gun, takes the planter down. Sage and Sova all alone, is stuck.
Chalo Sahi, they're just second guessing themselves. They aren't even sure when they're going to get pushed from and where exactly from because of Hadal's positioning, and it's going to be Trans that puts the final 2 kills into the scoreboard as BRN finally put a round back after losing 3 in a row. Chalo Sahi, they need to get aggressive here. I think they can't rely on those default setups because they are sort of giving VRN an opportunity to give out some isolated picks if they do decide to push out over towards one side. So say if you want to play this smartly, you just maybe go out with some all out aggression. Don't give VRN a chance to even stack up towards a site and isolate fights at all.
Yeah, because they're not even rotating really quickly because Hadal had already wrapped up towards the B side, so they could not possibly even rotate back towards the A side. So that is exactly what they're doing. They're playing too slow, and right now Hadal has once again done what he's good at, pushed in and early on in the round, gotten the first kill, bringing in the balancer, making it 4v4, which is really good for VRN's confidence. It helps them just know that the game is fair now. Once again, showing some pressure towards the B side, but Abdur has already planted his spike, and his Molotov will help in keeping the enemies away, will deal some damage, and then turn it into a kill as well.
Abdur gets a nice headshot onto the jet.
Ooh.
Couldn't find the other one as Pickle gets the trade, but still a 2 versus 3. Xanor, the timing wasn't exactly perfect for him, but the kill absolutely was. Hadal does get the trade. SR tagged down to 11 HP, so this is very much doable for Pickle, especially when he has his ultimate available. And there you go, he pops it out. And the lockdown, though, for SR, it could be the difference maker if he does opt to use it. And Pickle planting the spike. SR just needs to have a random spray to get the kill, but he's not going for it.
Yeah, it's not safe for SR to win set foot and Viper's ult because his HP is already so low. So it's all on Hadal to do anything if he can. But yes, he will plant the Killjoy ult, which should put Viper out of his ult as well. But Pickle will take that
Oh,
kill
this isn't
against
good.
Hadal. And now it's just Killjoy against Viper on a very low ultimate. The Molotov should take him down. And that is exactly what will happen.
That was absolutely genius. He probably got the call that SR is extremely weak by his teammates. So, and SR did step into the Viper's pit as well. So he was vulnerable. So as soon as the snake bite hit him, it was just an instantaneous death right there. So Chalo Sahi, although very shaky and close round, they managed to secure it. And I guess we'll take this any time of the day. Just a 1-round deficit between both of these teams, and I'm thoroughly enjoying how this game is going so far.
Definitely, I think both of us predicted that this is going to be a really close match considering how things went down in the last game. And once again, the team VRN is showing some aggression towards mid, but ABD will punish Hadal for that. Nomi plays holding a very cheeky angle, and he will not be able to get that kill, but he will get that information for Gamer to double down on it and capitalize on the information. B side is not completely open yet, but Sova is making his way towards A because A is open for business. SR doing some damage against the enemy on the B area, but it does not help much because they have the control of the A side. Trans rises up to the occasion, gets one kill, the second one as well. Wow, they really do turn around these rounds.
Yeah, the resurrection, though, it could be the difference maker. As Chalo Sahi, they do have the lockdown available to work with as well. But of course, Trans is going to pop out his ultimate tags. Gamer X down, won't be able to find the kill just yet, though. but the damage has already been dealt. The lockdown's still available, and now we are in. They don't have any utility available to deny that either. So the difficulties continue to arise, but the manpower reduces of Chalo Sahi, as now it's all a 1 versus 2. ABD goes out wide. The half piece has already come in, tag down to 20
But he has his
HP.
ultimate ready. Oh. Good call from SR because he has it ult ready, and I think he was just waiting for the right moment to pop it on. So I think it was a good call for SR to just wait and get that kill.
I'm not really sure if ABD even gets any advantage at that point, because the spike was already half defused. So even if he does put down the lockdown, there's just a lot of time for SR to defuse the spike comfortably, even in that positioning. Because ABD, if he puts the lockdown down, he's probably hoping that SR has to push out for a little bit, but he can just play that time out. But still, a good clutch, 3 kills for SR in this round specifically, as we are in ensured that by the end of the first half they'll at least have a tied up scoreline. But still, 2 more rounds to go in this one. Chalo Sahi's economy allows them to have a good buy heading into this as well. Nomi Play is going to go out with a Blade Storm this time around, and this lockdown still available. So Chalo Sahi, the utility is looking good for them. We're gonna have to wait and find out if they can convert.
Yeah, and I think right now they're not sure what to do at this point because past few rounds they have only hit the B side, which has worked out for them. But this time I think they are weighing their options whether they should go mid or they should go A. I don't think they have tried a full-blown push towards the A side on a full buy. It has always been on an eco round. So I think that could and should work out for them because there's only Jet towards A, but that Jet is Hadal, and Hadal is not an easy Jet to play against.
Yeah.
SR planting his utility on all the right spots where they usually plant their wall to get the spike planted. Another timeout.
I'm not sure if somebody DC'd or it's just some other issue, but we'll hopefully get that resolved and get back into the game as quickly as we possibly can. We wouldn't want to hold you guys up for longer, but again, this has been an absolutely magnificent series, especially after the last one. That one was a bit dull, but both of these teams have been going head to head. I wonder what the scoreline would have looked like if VRN did have their fifth. Maybe it would have been a bit more favorable for VRN, but maybe Chelsea were better prepared for a rather 5v5 playstyle. And playing 5v4, it is a bit unorthodox. It's out of the ordinary, so maybe they just weren't expecting this. So still, the game has been extremely enjoyable. Both of these teams going head to head, and VRN surprisingly still keeping the round advantage, even though they're a man down.
Yeah, definitely. They are giving such a hard time to Chalo Sahi with only 4 men. Like, imagine if Criminal was there.
Oh,
I mean, that guy is insane at Viper. So I think Chalo Sahi should be glad that they're playing against 4 players. But it's actually incredible how well Chalo Sahi has been performing. I have not watched them play a lot, but I am honestly impressed because they have bought the last game, even the last game so close, and this one they're not giving it up easily. They're showing up with their full potential. They're not losing morale. They're giving us such a hard time with only 4 players. So it's incredible to see how well they are playing. Hadal holding a really close angle will gather a lot of information and then push back. His position has been revealed, but it should not do a lot of damage to PRN. Attacker Killjoy will go down. It should push some players out of the side. ABD just
Hadal
pushing
still
back
playing
out his
close.
ultimate. Will not be able to get even 1 kill. Hadal will refuse him any kill, and Zen will trade off his teammates. Snowy Plays has activated his blade storms as well, which will allow them to get the spike plant and a kill against Ranj as well.
Abdur playing up close and personal eventually does get taken out, and now leaving SR up against 3. Tag down already, and Nomi Plays once again being the key player for Chalo Sahi in this round as we head into the final one of as we head into the final round of the first half. 6-5 scoreline. This could very much likely be all tied up. And Nomi Plays, he has just been picking out those fights, those individual fights very nicely. with the information he's been provided. He's picking out the fights that he needs to take with such high intellect right now that Chalo Sahi are keeping this close. But it shouldn't even come down to someone having to go outperform individually, because this is just Chalo Sahi making some minor mistakes that are constantly capitalizing on.
Definitely, and now they're moving back towards the B side, the side that has been comparatively easier for them to break open. It's just their post plants are really weak. But once again, Sage's wall will come into the play, but Killjoy has already planted the nano storm over there, so it's not going to be very easy to get the spike plant. Viper's ult will also go down.
Spike planted.
But
Oh,
Hadal
Hadal's
has
flank.
Uh,
pushed in from the back lines and he will get one kill, but Pickle will take him down and pull out the ultimate as well. That should buy them some time to keep the defenders away from the spike.
Abdur still has the Viper split up, which is going to make things far more easier for them, but not too easy as SR falls down as well. Hadal tagged down quite a lot. The defuse coming and Abdur pushes out, but he only is good for one as we're all tied up 6-6 heading into the second half.
But like you said, in fact, that VRN is comparatively better at pushing and playing aggressive. So the fact that they have backed 6 rounds at defenders, I think that is a red flag for Team Chalo Sahi. That is not okay, and that is very dangerous because VRN is they're just naturally good at breaking into the defenders' territory, and I think that is exactly what they're going to do. And since they already have. Oh, we have the team MVP Trans with the 18 kills.
Yeah, 2.56 KD. His KDs have been just phenomenal. Last time around, it was 5.75. Of course, there was some involvement of him getting the FK kills, but still, not. It wasn't as much. He did drop down. His KD did drop down by quite a lot, but he ended up getting 42 kills in the first map. So that's extremely impressive. If he continues to play like that in this one as well, he is going to be just the key factor that puts VRN across for the semifinals. But this time around, it's Pickle that finds the first blood. Hadal ends up falling, but Pickle has no idea that there's a player right under him.
Yeah, and this could be huge. He has a lot of control of the site right now, but it can also be dangerous because there's 2 players on the site. ABD has the positions information because of the shots coming in from under the tower. He will try to get 1 kill, but Pickle will take him down as well. There's only 2 players alive on the side of the VRN. They have the spike control. They can turn it around if they want. But they will have to just weigh in their options. There's plenty of time on the clock, 40 seconds. Abdur just pushing it through the smoke. That should cost him a lot, and yes, Zayn R will punish him, taking him down. Just Killjoy alive against the 5 players with this spike.
SR all on his own. There's not a lot that he can do. Chalo Sahi played this one rather patiently. Pickle going huge over towards the B side, finds the first kill onto Hadal, then gets the timing absolutely right on Trons as well. Makes sure that his teammate doesn't fall behind him, keeping ABD safe as well simultaneously. And on the other hand, it was just then after it was afterwards. It was just too easy with only 2 players alive for VRN. Now we're in once again on the back foot here. 1 round down. This is the first time that Chalo Sahi has had a round advantage in the regulation side.
Yes, why VRN are changing their routes. They're going towards the A side, but they only have pistols to work with. However, we have seen how good the VRN players are with pistol. They're being just a little bit patient, waiting for the team Chalo Sahi to push in or make a mistake. Say just contemplating whether to place the wall or not. And he does place the wall, but before that, Trans will get the first kill against Nomi. Waiting to bag another one, just holding the cheeky angle, but they will not make the mistake of peeking them. Trying to get the side control VRN. They are already in. Hadal has a really good position advantage. Will be able to get 1 kill, but will not be able to do any more than that. Zayn will take him down and his teammate as well. At least they will get the spike planted.
2 versus 3 in the post plant for VRN. Zan Artak down to 72 HP as well, and SR, he has been spotted. The snake bite isn't exactly connecting onto him, but Pickle gets one. SR finds two with the classic, but isn't good enough for the third, as ABD clears him off and secures the 8th round for Chalo Sahi. They were on an eco, but managed to get 4 kills. That's going to deal a good blow onto Chalo Sahi's economy. So VRN, so far so good. Sure, they lost the rounds, but they're keeping the economy of Chalo Sahi in check right here, denying them any saving money as well, and heading into the third round of the second half.
Yeah, and they finally have better weapons to work with. So this round should decide what we are and the strategy is going to look like going on into this game. Right now, they have set a little turret to watch the flank. I think they're going to go for a hard push, which is why they need the turret to watch the flank. Hadal just rushing in with the knife. Zayn has all the information that he needs. The dart is also over there, revealing their positions. Just waiting for Sova's drone to gather information so Hadal can push on the back of it. And he, for some reason, has a sheriff. They have information that some part of the backside is clear and the other part Hadal will clear with his Vandal. Gamer X has already taken his position, so A side is not completely clear. They are not expecting Gamer to be there with the sheriff.
Ooh.
And he will capitalize on that benefit and get 1 kill. Will not be able to do anything more than that.
Hadal though.
Once again showing up on the server with his Vandal, getting 2 kills and the third one.
He's gotten 4 up for an ace. With this to go in the magazine, finally gonna reload, not gonna take as much of a risk, but Nomi plays it. Has he disconnected? He's not even
Oh my
looking
God.
over towards screen. I think Nomi plays may have disconnected, unfortunately for Chalo Sahi. And this is a terrible time for him to have disconnected because he was having a good game. And Chalo Sahi, they had a 2-round advantage to work with. Things could be a lot more different if he's present.
Yeah, I think one of the players have disconnected and it's probably Jet.
Ooh, this is bad. If you're Chalo Sahi, this is you gotta feel bad. Last time around, ABD was the one that got disconnected. This time around, it's Nomi plays, and Nomi plays was playing extremely well for his team. He's had a couple of 3Ks as well to secure the rounds in the first half. So he was an integral part of Chalo Sahi, and they need him back because that is, of course, the only duelist available for them. So if they want to get aggressive, if they want someone to be their prime flanker as well, that's who they're looking forward to. But now that he's gone, things are gonna get complicated for them.
Yeah, especially on the side of defense, and you really need at least 2 players on one side and one on the mid. Just a classic to pull off the classic 2-1-2, and they won't be able to do that because one of their players is gone. And the funny part is that they can't even complain because Viarn has been playing with 4 players since the beginning of the game. So it's actually kind of a terrible situation to be in, that a team with the 4 players are already giving you such a hard time, and now you have lost your 5th man as well. So I think Chalo Sahi really need to amp up their strategy and work with the 4 players and just prepare for the potential of playing with only 4 men on the server.
Yeah, Viren have been extremely good at taking advantage of the mistakes that Chelsea have made so far. But now Chelsea, they're gonna have to be extra careful because now they're 1 man down. They don't have as many players available to defend and hold on to the side. So things are gonna get a lot more difficult because I'm pretty sure they weren't exactly prepared for this. But now it seems like we're gonna be all tied up 4-4 unless hopefully Chalo Sahi's 5th player can come back before before the technical timeout ticks down for them, and we can just hope for the best for this game as well. Chalo Sahi, this has been an extremely close series so far, and in the last one, Chalo Sahi did manage to secure at least a couple of rounds while ABD was AFK. So they're definitely not going to be completely out of the game. They have shown us potential that they can convert rounds as well, and it's only going to be a bit more fairer actually that it's 4 versus 4. So still nothing that's going to be too out of the ordinary for Chalo Sahi if they manage to secure rounds behind this.
Yes, definitely. I think they'll just have to work on quicker rotations. If they don't have one of their players active on defense, they just really need to work on the coordination and communication. They just quickly rotate towards the other side, and if VR and are going for a fake, which they typically don't, they just need to quickly rotate towards the other side. But I think I'm pretty sure they also have the read that we are and just like to push in and commit to one side. So it should help them just coordinate their rotations and coordinate their strategy based on the lack of one player. So, like you said, it's nothing out of the ordinary, considering how much information they have on VRN's play style. They should be able to work around it pretty easily. But yes, of course, it's vital to have the fifth player. It will be better for them considering how much they have been struggling with just four players. So it's definitely not a good thing that their fifth has been disconnected. Hopefully, Jet will return. But yeah, I don't have a lot of high hopes considering the last game, how it went, how long ABD was disconnected for.
And they're only gonna have one tactical timeout available as well. Last time around when ABD disconnected, he disconnected in the first half, so they utilized two of them. But it seems like, oh, he's back. I saw him move.
Let's
Okay,
go.
no plays is back. No worries, no round lost because up there was FK. So no excuses right there. Chalo Sahi up a man yet again. We are in with a disadvantage, but we're gonna have to wait and find out if they can convert it all. Already extremely aggressive over towards middle and Chalo Sahi. They have no idea, but they were relatively prepared for it. It seems Zanar picks him off now. An early two-man disadvantage for VRN to work with as all of the remaining three players stack up over towards the A site and they're not holding back, pushing in straight away.
Yeah, that
Pickle
is
just
a
tucked into
really
the corner.
incredible and cheeky one way from sorry, Pickle. So that was a great Viper diff right there, but Zen will trade off his teammate SR avenging his teammate. It's a 3v2 situation. They have the side control. Bomb will also go down. Trans rises up to the occasion, brings the man advantage to 2 versus 2. Attacker's Killjoy will go down, but ABD is not scared. He's walking right inside the attacker.
Last player
Killjoy's information has
standing.
also been
One
revealed,
enemy
and he
remains.
will be taken down for that. But one player
Wait,
is still alive and he is
he's
detained.
gone.
That is going to be interesting.
I think he's AFK again. He wasn't
And
moving.
also detained though.
Oh god. No, I think it was actually the KG got detained. I'm not 100% certain, but yes, it seems like the Jet has disconnected yet again in a 2 versus 2. You just hate to see it. That round could have gone Chalo Sahi's way if Nomi Plays was available to take those fights alongside ABD, but sadly, it's just misfortune for them. But these trades, though, from the side of VRN, have been absolutely perfect. They're not letting one death go to waste. If they lose one player, they're making sure that they trade it out immediately or as soon as possible. They have been continuously losing their first bloods from time to time. As I said, this sort of has become this sort of has been their tradition at this point, and this series particularly, that they just lose their first round and manage to do a miraculous 3 versus 5. But as long as it works for them, I guess you can't really complain.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I'm sure it's better to have a permanently disconnected player than the one who disconnects in the middle of a game, because
Uh,
at least then you can strategize around four players. Right now, you're just relying on your fifth and it disconnects in the middle of a lockdown. That is not good. And now, Chalo Sai's economy has taken a massive hit. They're back to sheriffs and pistols, whereas VRN, they are loaded with vandals and phantoms.
they absolutely are.
I think they are going to hit towards the B side where two players are playing really aggressive, but they still have the sheriffs. Should be able to do a little bit of damage, maybe not even a kill, but some damage. And Abdur and Hadal will take down the enemies that were holding the forward angles. SR entering the B side with the spike. He will try to show some aggression from the mid side, but
A nice thing.
he will be taking a lot of damage with SR's pistol.
Yeah, that leaves Xanar all on his own. He has been spotted out as well. And of course, it's the race to get the free kill on the other hand, while Trans tries to take
Oh my
Xanar out.
god,
And what? I'm not sure what Xanar's trying to do, but that too seemed like a free kill for Trans right there. And VRN, they take the round advantage back as it's a 4 versus 4 manpower fight going on between these two. And VRN, they're starting to look like they're ever so confident here, especially now that things are all tied up and their rhythm is definitely on. They've won 3 rounds, I believe, in a row, and they're just going to continue to go with it.
Yeah, and VRN is now going for a split. They are no longer just pushing erratically into the side, but Hadar, he is going to stick with his smoke and just push in his strategy, trying to gather some information so he can help his teammates toward the A side. Zayn are pulling out his ultimate, trying to deal some damage. Pickle holding off the pushes on the B side. On the
We
other
are
hand, VRN has already reached towards the A side and the spike will go down as well. SR will be taken down by Zayn. He could barely survive the A side. He could barely survive Zayn's Vandal.
Ooh, ABD. He gets a crucial kill onto Hadal, who has been a key player for VRN, especially in this map. But now a 4 versus 3, the Viper Spit and the Hunter Sphere is available up there. In his position is known. Sadly, the Nano Swarm isn't going to be effective, and Trans does find one, but he has to deal with 3 more players. The spike continues to get diffused, and there's only so much he can do about it. Ooh, spots ABD out and does manage to get that frag. So he's dealt a good amount of damage onto Chalo Sahi's economy, but we're still tied up on the score line. This is an extremely close game, and at this point, it's too close to call, regardless of Chalo Sahi having or losing one of their players as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm sensing another overtime because both of these teams are looking equally good. None of them are ready to give up. They're both still in the game and they are not tired. Once again, BRN are making their move towards the A side, and this time they are entering with a resolve because they have Hadal with them. They are no longer splitting. Trans will try to activate the drone and get some information, but Hadal does not care about the enemy Sova's hold. He has already entered the side where Zayn is waiting for them, and he will get that kill through the Viper's toxic screen.
Why is GamerX not moving? Don't tell me that they have another disconnect. Oh, Xenar, though, he continues to deliver as Trans falls. Okay, never mind. GamerX moved. They're fine. No need to worry, ladies and gentlemen. But a 2 versus 3, the defender lockdown coming into the play to counter the Viper's fit as GamerX puts one more to his name. Abdur lines up to couldn't finish off the third as Chalo Sahi hit the double-digit round mark first. It did get worrisome to see GamerX go AFK for like 5 seconds there.
Yeah, I think he did. He was AFK on the stairs, and I was like, it does not matter because Zayn was already getting those kills. But then things turned around, and then they turned back around because I don't know. Chalo Sahi is just not ready to give up. They're still in the game. 9 and 10, the score line is. And I think VRN is just going back towards the B side because A has not worked out for them in the past few rounds. They've repeatedly tried to break into A, but the post plant is just really difficult to handle towards the A side. Whereas on the B, I think getting the spike planted would be the real ordeal because they don't have a sage on them and they don't have any agent that could aid the spike planting. Right now, Viper has activated the ultimate, which should make it very difficult to enter the side. But
That's a big one.
Will spot the Viper and transfer that into the kill as well. GamerX holding a really crucial angle right there towards the mid side, but VRN already has a lot of control of point B.
Oh, that's a big kill. Nomi plays goes down. Oh, and he's not AFK anymore. It's a 5 versus 4 yet again. But Hadal continues to deliver as he gets 3. Only 2 players remain. GamerX does get 1, but now he's all on his own up against 3 players to deal with. 1 right behind him, and it's going to be SR that brings his demise. As we're all tied up 10 to 10 yet again. Well, Nomi
That is a
plays
very close match. We're once again 10 on 10, and I'm pretty sure Chalo Sahi is going to win this round, and then the next one VRN, and then we'll be going into another overtime because both of these teams are looking equally good despite the man advantage. And yeah, that was crazy. I don't know how Hadal knew the position of the Viper, but that looked too accurate.
Yeah, I believe actually the our drone did manage to tag Pickle out, so that was a massive kill, denying the Viper Split earlier on. Hadal, he has been absolutely magnificent for VRN in this map so far. Last time around it was Trans that was making the major plays. This time around it's Hadal, and rightfully so. On the jet, he is. Once again, the spike goes down. Hadal provides the first blood yet again. This time around, though, he does get traded out. SR has his lockdown available, so he's going to be the key player for VRN this time around. And up there, the timing
Why was
is
he
absolutely
running
terrible for them. I don't think he knew Zan was present into the smoke. Zan just disrespects it completely, and Pickle, he's going to do the same. Spike is getting diffused. Only 1 second on the lockdown, and 3 players retained!
Oh my god!
What in the
This
last
can't be
second?
real.
Trans died.
This can't be real. But they will still be able to defuse the spike because half was already done. And like I said, this round will be for Team Chalo
Yeah.
Sahi because it's kind of a back and forth. And I don't know, they just won this one by the edge. If they hadn't defused half the spike, I think this wouldn't have been possible.
Or if Trans hadn't died in that 0.5 second, that would have been
Oh,
it
yes.
for VRN as well. Wow, this game has just taken a very crazy turn. And Chalo Sahi, they're 2 rounds away from potentially giving us a third map, which I believe is Ascent. But VRN, of course, as you said, both of these teams have been trading blows back to back. If that's going to continue, we'll probably see it 11-11, but we're going to have to wait and find out if VRN delivers. All 4 of them stacked over towards the B side. The Viper wall's up, and now they're waiting. No hesitation. Shown Pickle doesn't use the snake bite as he's aware of Hadal's aggressiveness, but Hadal continues to push this time around. Only good for one is the trade is efficient. GamerX does have his Resurrect to work with, and the Hunter's Fury on Chalo Sahi could be extremely crucial to deny the spike if it goes down anytime soon. The Viper's wall back up again. The orb going to make things a bit more easier, and there you go. The Resurrect comes and the Hunter's Fury to keep up their safe for the time being, and the Trans delivers on a kill.
Yeah, I think the main ODL was planting the spike and they're already through that. So it should be pretty easy, comparatively easy to guard the spike. But no, but Sova's ultimate will be thrown into the mix.
Oh,
and
no!
even his own teammate. That is, I don't know, but Iluvu, Trans, he's focused on the game. He has gotten a kill against Homie Plays. It's a 2v2 situation, completely doable by VRN, and they can finally put 11th on the
no,
board.
this-
SR has already taken ABD down. Zayn will do a fake pin, but he will be taken down by Trans as well. 11th on the board by VRN. Like you said, trading blows back and forth, and I don't know. This is definitely looking like another overtime to me.
No, yeah, it absolutely is. This is absolutely tragic for Chalo Sahi. They used the Resurrect in that one. I believe they used the Hunter's Fury as well. So after a lot of investment, Xanar's team kill could just be the thing that lost Chalo Sahi that round. And oh no, that has to be heartbreaking if you lose after that one, because Chalo Sahi, they did look favorable after the Resurrect came in. Xanar's ultimate I believe it dealt a bit of damage onto one player of VRN as well, but they just couldn't convert behind it. Now their economy is in shambles. This should be a rather easier series point for VRN. Yet again, ABD spotted out the snake bite that follows behind the owl drone, and Hadal pushes up, finds the first blood yet again, but the trade is present as SR falls.
Yeah, Team VRN has found their weak spot on B side, but Chalo Sahi has quickly recovered from the last loss, pausing the attackers in their push. And right now they're weighing in their options. They're weighing in whether they make the right decision coming back towards the B side, because there's 3 members of Team Chalo Sahi waiting for the attackers to set a foot inside B. And they're still daring to do so. They have the control, but one Viper wall and they will all be gone. And the Viper wall goes down, but instead it will be Hadal who takes a kill against GamerX, but Pickle will trade him off. It's still doable for VRN in a 2v3 situation. They have the spike control as well. Trans is
Oh,
already
no.
making moves on the mid area. He's trying to get some kills towards the mid and wrap up from the behind. And he will get 1 kill against Zen R. Just pushing back real quick, making his move towards the A side because they have the information that A should be empty.
That's a massive kill. Chalo Sahi, they're anticipating that VRN will be pushing over towards the B side, because that's where initially Trans was headed, but with only 10 seconds to go, the spike is going to go down now. 2 versus 2 for the retake. No, not a lot of utility available for both of the sides to work with. So it's all going to come down to who wins these gunfights.
Yeah, and Sova is holding a really crucial angle. It should work out. For
Oh
him, but
my
he
God!
He will get both of the kills against Pickle and Nomi plays, wrapping the 12th round in the favor of BRN. This is incredible. What do you think, Jajib? Are we going to see a 12th on the board for Chalo Sahi?
Honestly, I'm not sure about that one. France just turns and burns on both of them. Both of them were at slightly different angles, and it just didn't matter. Trans, with the massive frags. We've been talking about how he has been the clutch factor for his team, and look at those shots, just absolutely perfect to secure the series point. One round away or rear end from securing their spot into the semi-finals. Chalo Sahi, they're now desperate.
Yeah, if I were Chalo Sahi, I'd be pretty scared after those kills from France. But they will try their best to bring it to the OT because they have worked really hard to bring this game to this point. Right now, Team BRN are once again trying to break into the B side, but two players are playing really aggressive and they have a lot of players present on the B side as well with only Killjoy and Forte. And SR will get the first kill against Nomi Place. And Ilugu will double down on that, taking Pickle down. Hadal just dashing into the tower.
Only two players remain. It's all falling apart. Gamer X up close and personal, but only has a Spectre to work with. The spike still not going down. They're trying to bait the positioning out. And Hadal gets the final two to put VRN to the semi-finals. Oof. That was one hell of a series.
Yep. Yeah, that was some game, and I think we can safely say that Trans and Hadal are both the stars of this game, both of the last game and this one as well. That was incredible. I'm really impressed, and I don't know what to say. I'm both tired and excited and surprised that okay, this is also possible. You can also detain a player who is AFK.
Yeah, I mean, there were quite a lot of those extremely close lockdown rounds, especially one where Trans did detain three players, but sadly he just fell with in last 0.5 seconds. That was a very close round, and there were just too many clutch rounds from both of the sides. Pickle getting like 2 to 3 Ks numerous times. Then it was Hadal with those aggressive plays on the second half. But we're gonna talk a bit further about them. But before we do that, we're gonna take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
guys, and welcome back to IGEN Revival Series powered by Zah Computers and partnered with Quine Mooner, Game Point, and RB Tech. And this game was a roller coaster. This game on Icebox, and with that, BRN has won the quarterfinals against Team Chalo Sahi in a clean sweep after 4 overtimes and a very close match on Icebox. And I think I now like to take a look on the scoreboard. I just want to see how they did that, because Razib and I have been talking about it. BRN were only on 4 players, but they look good in the 5-hour department. They were feeling their aims, and which is exactly why they brought the game to such a close scoreline and still wrapped it up.
Oh yeah, Trans and Hadal, both of these players have to be counted as the MVPs because both of them were playing absolutely lights out for their teams. One round it was Trans clutching for his team in miraculous flicks. And in some other rounds it was Hadal who's finding the perfect openings that VRN needed in extremely crucial rounds, especially when the scoreline I believe was 10-10 or 11-10, because Hadal was the only one that found an opening for the B side. Before that, it seemed like constantly that we are being just caught off guard whenever they try to whenever they try to plant the spike. So Hadal, massive props to him. Trans was the absolute clutch man for VRN when they needed him the most.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of setbacks, but definitely I think we have the winner today, VRN, who are the second semi-finalist that we have today. And our first semi-finalist are Team Mystic, obviously, who won against Team BHAA in a clean sweep again, 2-0. And the other ones are the VRN, who we just watched in a very close matchup against Chalo Sahi. Both of them will be competing against each other in the semi-finals.
Yeah, but talking a little bit about tomorrow's matchup, it's going to be Team Envious going against KEKW and Team Perfectionists going up against Q of Horror. Team Envious is, of course, one of the teams that were invited into the bracket alongside Team Mystic. And, well, Team Mystic and VRN, that is actually going to be an exciting semi-finals, because both of these teams, as we've talked about both of them numerous times at this point, have extremely experienced players. We are Team Mystic, not as much as VRN, but still that's fresh blood that they have a good amount of experience about playing at the top of the leaderboard, and it's going to be an exciting one when you head there.
Definitely it's going to be an exciting match, and I think everyone had expected that Team EBRN and Team Mystic will at the end of the day come out as the winners, but I think it's props to the newcomers, props to Team BHAA, and props to Team Chalo Sahi for giving such a tough competition to both the teams, especially Team Chalo Sahi. But again, this was the first exciting day of the broadcast for IGEN Revival Series, and it has only been made possible by Zah Computers and our partners Game Point, Quine Mooner, and RB Tech. And once again, guys, it's a 100k PKR prize pool, which is pretty massive. 100 teams competed for this prize pool, and now we are only down to a few teams who are putting up a great competition for us to watch. And please do tune in the stream tomorrow as well. And I had a lot of fun today. What do you think? How do you feel, Jazir?
Oh, the first series sure it was a bit dull, but the second one it definitely delivered. The first map went to overtime. The second one, we went to the maximum amount of rounds of regulation. So of course it was an exciting one. And again, thanks for IGEN and Zah Computers for this tournament. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow with the rest of our two quarterfinals. So make sure you tune in. Until then, goodbye.